And we're live for Roundabout Cast 101.
Oh, we're gonna teach you
No,
something.
it's
There's
1
nothing
week.
special anymore. We have to do 99 more episodes after this one.
It's true.
Okay,
Actually,
we one step at a time, gentlemen. Let's start right now.
I
ways to
believe
go.
I titled, so we put our quickies in a list in like a
Our
Discord
quick
channel.
stops.
Our topics in general.
Yeah.
I named mine topic solve everything. So we're now officially in the solve everything era.
But this episode is called Introduction to Longform Podcasting because we have a big one because we haven't talked in almost 6 weeks, if not like slightly more, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yes.
The great thing is we have seen each other in person in those 6 weeks.
This is true. Well, it's partially.
Yes.
Except for Joe.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So, with that in mind, who's gonna jump on our quick stops here? Because we gotta. There's no formalities here. We just gotta go today.
I can start because I don't have a whole lot, and also
Go.
I can explain why my voice is all fucked up. Most of the stuff I have been doing is stuff we're gonna be talking about later on in the podcast. In the meantime, been doing a lot of traveling. Was happy I got to see you guys at Halloween, but also. More recently, my cousin's birthday was this past weekend, and I did something I've never done before, which was we did a Sunday night karaoke, which was, so my voice is kind of fucked up right now. But even more cool is a few days before that, he lives in a totally different city. I didn't know that Austin had a really big Dice Throne scene, like the board game Dice Throne.
Really?
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, there's a big community for it here, and I didn't know about it until he told me he was coming to town for a Dice Throne tournament, and we went, and there was like,
That's crazy.
there was
That
like
is
50 people there. Like it
That's
was, it was huge. So I played. I thought I was gonna lose every single game. I won 2 out of 5.
Oh,
That's really
kind
impressive.
of crazy actually. As
And then,
as just a casual showing up against like people that probably play all the time.
Dude, there were some people there who were fucking insane. Because my cousin and his friend came. They play all the time. One of them went like 4-1. The other one went 3-2. There was one guy there. He went 5-0. The 3 of us played him like all in a row. He beat all 3 of us with 3 different characters with like over half of his health to spare.
So, no. I'm completely fascinated by this now.
Me too.
Yeah, like, okay, what's the
format?
Yeah.
What's the format?
Do you bring like 3 dudes and you ban? Do you bring one guy?
Is it like
a box?
base? Is it base sets only, or can you have the Marvels?
Yeah, can that be
like,
cat?
So right now it is season 1, 2, and Marvel, and then for the first time since the Marvel set, they just released 4 new characters like last month. So I played against one of those new characters, the Raveness, which is a really cool mechanic. She has a raven that goes back and forth between her, and there's a counter on it that you tick up. And whenever it goes to her, it heals you, and whenever it flies back to you, it instead deals that same amount as damage.
That's just 2010 Fiddlesticks.
But yeah, they give you have to bring 3. You each ban 1. And it's the 1v1 format because there's a bunch of different fucking game modes for Dice Throne.
Yeah. The free for all format is not the most balanced thing in the world.
It's fun. Dice Throne is really cool, but yeah, free for all, you have to like make a couple house rules. I feel.
Yeah,
No, 1v1 was really cool, and like just playing against these people, I kind of got some game knowledge I didn't have before. Because for example, you have like this defensive role phase, but you can also have a status effect called evade, which like you can spend evade on a chance to negate damage. And apparently it's like a noob trap to try to use your evade before you even do your defensive role phase. Because it's like, dude, what if you were already just gonna negate it?
Yeah.
And so there was like a half dozen just little things like that where I'm like, oh my god, I could have been optimizing my gameplay this whole time.
Isn't that fun? Love optimizing.
And just for participating, I didn't even know they had like promotional arts for the cards in the game and the boards. Everybody who participated got a promo alternate art, like those trifold boards each of the characters have.
crazy.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
It was like a promo paladin board with like a stained glass motif.
Whoa.
That's
you
sick.
know. It was
Dude,
pretty cool.
Bradley,
It was-
do you want to go again? I want to try. I want to go.
Now that I know this is here, I might go again. It was at Game Castle, which they got a pretty sizable space.
Game Castle's pretty big.
Hit me up.
But it has a reputation in my book as a smelly place.
Yeah.
Is that the place you texted me about? Tyler?
Yes, that's a smelly location here in Austin.
But no, everybody was so fucking friendly. I was a big fan.
How was the smell on tournament day? Be
Not
real.
bad, because it was pretty good. There were
worse.
Magic players off in the corner, but we had like police tape around them.
Dude, honestly, it's been like they have so much table space there, but anytime I'm there, the Joe game people are there and they are smelly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is exclusively the Warhammer people in Austin.
Oh my god, don't kill my man.
Joe, you have been with me to the board game shop with we went to Wonko's, okay? We walked in, it's full, it is a full house of Warhammer people. We opened the door and got hit with a waft. And while we both looked at each other and went, oh.
No, that's exactly what happened. I told y'all I was at Pinballs, and some group rented out the. I should have looked at what game it was. Some group rented out one of the party rooms for a fighting game tournament.
Yeah. God, I really wish you checked.
I should have checked, but oh my god, the door opened and a little waft of air came out, and it was like toxic.
My gut feeling says Guilty Gear, Fighting Herds, or Smash Bros.
I was thinking Smash Bros, Guilty Gear, or I guess 2XKO because it's recent. We don't know if 2XKO players are stinky yet, but there's a chance.
It can't be Smash Bros because Bradley would have obviously recognized it immediately.
Yeah, I would have recognized either 2XKO or Smash Bros.
Okay, do you recognize? Can you explain anything? Did it look anime?
No, it was not anime at all. It looked like Street Fighter, but it was not Street Fighter. It
was City of the Wolves.
That's probably what it was.
Was it did it look kind of cell shaded from the little bit you could tell?
Tiny bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Damn,
they would be stinky.
The City of the Wolves boys put on Stink Watch. Okay.
They would be stinky.
I don't know.
I mean, we have proof.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Aside from that stuff. Oh, were you saying, Tyler?
Oh, nothing. It was just about stinky fight night.
The stinky
there's an esports bar down on 6, E6, outside of the main section.
Oh, nice.
We should try and host a salty bet night where everybody just comes in and we all bet drinks on who wins and who loses.
That is an insane idea. That's kind of
That is
kind of fun. What kind of people would we meet? I wonder. It's intimidating but fun.
It would probably just be me inviting all the One Piece players that I know.
Hey, that works. No, Tyler, do you remember when the one time we booted up the Death Note game? I don't know if we ever told the story on the podcast.
No, I think we have.
I don't know.
Sorry, this is completely derailed.
Sorry, but
No, you're good. I want to hear it.
So there's a Death Note game that came out on PlayStation Network 3 years ago or something.
No, it was last year.
It came out this year.
This year,
no, it did not. Nope, it didn't.
Early this year is a hit and roll game.
Nope.
Yes.
This is fake news.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude.
Was that actually this year? Holy shit!
It felt like 3 years ago. Anyway, it's Among Us, but it's Death Note. Okay, so you have to figure out who the murderers are, but it's Among Us style game. Well, we could not get into a lobby. It was nobody's playing this game. It's dead on arrival.
No, that's not quite right. A lot of people were playing. We were waiting for our incredibly reliable friends to show up and play with us. So we were waiting there for an hour and a half, and then it got canceled.
Oh, yeah.
In that time...
We filled our time with something very great, which was joining random lobbies as spectators.
But everyone plays with live mics, so we just got to hear people be really into the game and talk to each other and have drama. And
That's so funny.
It felt so voyeuristic. Because I don't think they knew we were there listening. So
we were in such a cuck chair position.
It was fascinating.
It was so fascinating. Imagine just being able to go into other people's lobbies and just watch them play their game. Imagine joining a random Discord and just hanging out in the voice chat, but nobody knows you're there.
Yeah. I was about to say it'd be like if people were listening to us right now, but we're doing this explicitly so people will listen to us.
It's like if people jumped in and were playing Peak or something. Like it's that kind of like dirty feeling, but it was great. Anyways, Bradley, your next thing.
Yeah, and so like most of the stuff I've been doing, like game-wise, is stuff we're gonna talk about later on. But in the meantime, holy shit, me and Emmy were on the fence about getting the Switch 2 before we got it, because I was like, we already have Switches. Like, are the games on it really that good to like justify getting it right now? I kind of haven't put Mario Kart World down since I started playing it. It's really fucking good.
It's a good game for sure.
I've seen people talk shit about it online, but I guess people will talk shit about anything.
So true.
I get why people don't like World, and I actually have some of those critiques, but it's still very fun.
And that's the thing. After playing enough, I finally do have some critiques that I didn't have like 20 hours ago or something.
What did you land on?
I will say that the fact that there are so many people in a race. Being in the middle of the pack is kind of fucking miserable. Yeah. I feel like if you're in the front of the pack or the back of the pack, you rarely get hit by items. If you are anywhere from like 7th place to 15th, it feels like it is just... The Mario Kart experience scales... Oh, am I cutting out?
You cut out. Yeah, for a couple seconds there.
Blame it on copyright material.
Yeah, it's copyright. Yeah. Nintendo hurt us.
The Nintendo ninjas.
I don't know if the Mario Kart experience scales linearly with adding more people into it, because then there's just more and more items out there. So like the experience can get a little harrowing when you're just like getting shelled after shelled after shelled. And the other thing I've kind of come around on is when I started playing, Knockout Tour to me was like God's gift to man, and it still kind of is. I think it's the coolest new mode ever, and I want it in like every racing game.
I love it.
But I was kind of exclusively playing it, and I've swapped over to kind of just doing the single races, because I found that when doing Knockout Tour, I'm not like getting intimate knowledge with each of the courses and learning the shortcuts. But when I'm doing a single race, I don't know. And like if it's like 3 laps of a single course, I don't know. I feel like I'm getting to like exercise my knowledge of like shortcuts I've learned more often and stuff like that.
That's absolutely the thing, though. I think both modes are really important to be played if you're trying to have fun with that game, because Knockout Tour is like this non-stop, like, how long does it even last? It feels like you're in there forever and you're locked in non-stop for what feels like 10 minutes. It's probably not that long.
It's intense.
But it is the intense experience. But nothing will beat just load up a fucking track and let's go to town and see what happens. Because, like, Mario Kart courses are really well made for the most part. So, like, even the ones in, like, the DLC from 8 that, like, some of the early ones don't look great, they're still, like, really good layouts. So they're still really worth playing. The problem with World is that a lot of the time the tracks are cut down in half, sort of, to have, like... Yeah. To have a lap that is going from an adjacent course to another, because open worlds ruin most games. So this is one of those cases, and I would rather just boot me up into a proper 3-course track. And this is the main issue people have with Mario Kart World, is that it is very uncommon online to get a straight up 3-track race without having the very simplistic, like, in-between track, they're called, where we're going from one main track to the other. You have, like, this really kind of linear, one turn, maybe, lap that not a lot is happening on.
Yeah, I eventually realized that for some of these courses, I didn't realize what the actual course was. Yeah. Like, what part was actually part of the course.
Oh.
He's dead again.
I wonder what's happening. Oh, he's dead for real this time.
Yeah.
Form. I think this was a cool, like, maybe one-time thing. I wouldn't want them to keep going open world forever after this.
You cut out there for like 30 seconds, but you were saying that you like the open world, but you don't want them to do it again, basically.
Yeah, we don't need to keep doing this forever.
I agree.
Yeah. They want everything in Breath of the Wild.
But again, and this is what I said when I got the game, it was like, Nothing can beat the classic experience that 8 now is after all the DLCs and after all the balances it's gone through. Like, you can't. Yeah. It's like a Smash Bros. Ultimate situation where either you just add more on top of it, or you have to go a side grade if you're trying to do anything else, because you're never gonna match that as like a standard experience.
Yeah.
But cool. Any other Switch 2 games you picked up out of like the 3 options that you have to buy?
Not really. But like genuinely, even more than Mario Kart World, I've been playing Final Fantasy Tactics, but we're gonna get into that later.
We sure will. I will jump in now. Sorry, just taking care of some stuff. Okay, so first and foremost, last podcast, I was like, hey, in probably a week, I'm gonna find out if I bought a house or not. I did. It went through. I moved. I'm here. I live in a house.
God, it's beautiful.
It was so quick.
Yeah, it was a good turnaround. I put the offer down, and in about like 5 days, they were like, okay, they're good. Let's get into the bargaining phase. Where like, let's just get these odds and ends and get a couple $1,000s from each other, et cetera, et cetera. And then I had about a week where I was doing a bunch of paperwork and answering way too many emails from way too many different people. Incredibly overwhelming to keep track of, like, which contact is handling what and which email they sent me that information. Sometimes they didn't. So it was a bit of a pain. And then, probably 2.5 weeks after I put the offer down, I was good to move in, if I remember correctly. It was like maybe 3 weeks max. So it went fast. The move went really smoothly. Thanks. My family really came in clutch. And the house is now, like, set up as much as it can be. Still got a couple messes here and there. Still needs a lot of decoration. That's my current focus is... One, I need to fix the back fence because it's completely fucked up. Like, the entrance to the backyard, that fence is janked up in ways I cannot even explain. It feels like it was never even built, and it just kind of like a strong gust blew it together, and it's been there ever since because there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Some Christopher Robin woodmanship.
I don't even know, man. Truly a child did make this. And then... So we're going to work on that. There's some internet issues, as in I only have one access point to the internet in the house, and it's the fucking pantry. So if I'm ever playing, like, for example, fighting games, I have to get an actual... What is it? Would I get a 50 or 100? I want to say I got, like, 100-foot Ethernet cable.
That's what I got.
I don't have to use all of it, but, like, I have to unfurl it, and it cuts across the living room and goes into either my PlayStation or my laptop for playing, like, 2XKO.
Yeah.
So
sucks,
that's
doesn't
a
it?
pain in the... Well, it wouldn't suck if it could just, like, curve around a room. You know? Yeah. If it just, like, went around a room and across a door, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it has to cut diagonally from a pantry through a kitchen through half of a living room to a console. It's a mess.
Here's what you do is, like, you get the start, like, you make it decorative. Like, you get different times for different Halloween or different, like, holidays, right? So, like, you get, like, a candy cane one, and you have it, like, strewn across the house, and then it gets to plug into your PlayStation, but it looks festive.
I guess. I could, like, get it up on the walls and, like, curve it around. The thing is, like, I cannot stress how bad of a position this is. The people who built this house did not give a shit about, like, connecting.
They did not game.
They did not game. They did not download big files. They did not give a fuck about these things, but... there's just no good way to even curve it on top of, like, from the ceiling where it's not, like... kind of visible in some way, like when you're walking in, like it's gonna be noticeable. So step 2, I'm gonna have to get a guy to, like, handle some rewiring, either rewiring of the fiber cables. By the way, biggest first world problem that I'm complaining about here, where I'm like, my fiber cable's only coming through my pantry, but it is very annoying. Either that, or have someone, like, low voltage electrician drill holes in my walls and, like, connect an Ethernet system to where that connects to the actual ports all over the house. Because there are, like, normal internet ports, like coax cables and stuff like that. They are upstairs. I would really want one, for example, because my office is currently upstairs. So I could do a lot more if I had, like, a if I could just get a long wire from there on occasion. So it's got that, and I've been doing gardening. Guys, there's so much shit growing over there. It's crazy. Those plants are getting massive. They're getting heavy. Like I don't know when
Okay.
I don't know when I'm supposed to harvest them. I need to look that up. I think. I mean, I planted them with the idea that I would be harvesting them in spring, but like, are they really gonna be growing even more in the next 4 months? Because like they've grown a ton. It's kind of surprising how fast it was to get into that.
That's awesome.
So it's a great time, especially if, like early on where I was like doing a lot of work in the yard. I would just throw on a audiobook, which by the way, for anyone who is interested in Twig and listening to this part, I'm done with my Twig checkpoint. We're waiting on Bradley and Tyler now. Tyler will be joining us.
I'm on 2.4, I think.
Okay, that's progress.
Oh geez, that's half. 2.4.
Yeah, I know that's half a.
Yeah, it's
Y'all might
halfway.
just have to go without me at that rate.
Uh, yeah, I didn't. I don't know. You guys usually read way faster than me, so
Also, Bradley, what part are you on?
I'm still on Arc 3 because I didn't know how long it would take you to catch up, but we can figure it out.
Does it start getting better?
I think we should probably go on Bradley without.
Let's just go on. Let's just go on.
That is my question though. Like I'm halfway through Arc 2 and I'm like, I get what it's about, but it's not grabbing me like.
I liked Arc 1 and 2.
I think by Arc 2 you might know.
I will say like the first like fantastic arc though is 4, and you might not make it till then.
Damn, I can't imagine it getting much better than it
Oh,
already
dude,
is.
Arc 4 is so good.
I think I'll get through Arc 4, but I'm not gonna join y'all, and I might do like a follow up.
Okay, we can do it on our own pace, and then if Tyler wants to
Yeah,
join later on, we can do that.
Y'all, that way I'm not holding y'all back.
Because I know there's probably people also waiting to like
That's
waiting for the
yeah.
next one to come out.
We could
That's
we
just more content.
sort of. The people have been waiting for us to talk about Twig for a while, and then we post one episode and then have to wait like 4 months to post another, and it might be kind of a mood killer. We could go ahead and do Arc 3 as opposed to 5, but it'll just be more episodes and more times we have to schedule. So I was trying to do it so we wouldn't have to do too many episodes because it's already hard to schedule anything. But we can chat about that. But yeah, it's I also got like a treadmill in my garage, so that's another good way to like. Honestly, the thing is, because it's in my garage and my laptop literally perfectly fits right on the treadmill, I've just been watching Taskmaster while I'm running. So,
Oh my god.
it's great. I'm a quick Taskmaster update, I guess, because I've been talking about it all year. I finished all the Australian Taskmasters available to me, so all I have left is the ongoing season 20, which I think just ended, and then I am truly out of the stuff officially on the channel. There's like a couple New Zealand and Australia seasons not on the channel yet, but for what's there right now, I only have that last season. Um, Anyways, the house is going great. I'm gonna try to have people over soon. Having this much space is crazy. One thing is like because my office is upstairs now, but like the kitchen's downstairs, I have to like constantly go up and down, and I also have to like get my personal laptop, my charger, maybe my phone charger, and bring it up with me every day. So I got this cool like Gear 5 Luffy bag in Japan that I just use that to transfer stuff up and down the house, and like basically I have two portions of the house that I'm in at different times of the day. Um, Give or take some times where I come up here to the office to do something at nighttime. But yeah, it's been an interesting transition. Um, I am looking forward to seeing next month where I start paying my mortgage and seeing how that affects my mood
Ooh.
as I watch quite a bit more money leave my bank account every month than is currently. So that'll be fun.
Willer's gonna learn real soon why people have like a second or third laptop, another like a phone. You should get one of those like wireless charging things and just put it on your like desk. And
You got to talk to Toru about those.
Yeah, you gotta have like 3 of everything, and 1 goes in each room.
No, I have a lot of like little blocks. It's just I have like one really good iPhone charger that goes really fast. I think it's the one that came with the new phone.
The speed charger.
But anyways, no, I mean, yeah, that's all stuff like every day, every couple days I'm Amazoning something for the house or like looking at Facebook Marketplace for something I could pick up. It's never ending. It'll probably take like a couple months before I have purchased all like the functional things of the house that I need. I don't even have a proper bed right now. I left my like bed behind. I have a proper guest bed, but not in my main my main bedroom because I left my like squeaky ass wooden piece of shit behind. So I just had the mattress on the ground. But it's very comfy, I will say.
Do you have a coffee table?
No.
I'm gonna need you to pick up one of those soon for my housewarming gift I got you.
That's unfortunate that you got. Okay. All right. Anyways, it's been a long time talking about my house. I will continue to
Holy
do so
shit.
throughout life.
Yo, I'm on Reddit right now, and I'm pretty sure someone just posted a picture on the Aggie subreddit from inside my old townhouse.
Oh, dude, I want to see the
you
Lego
should-
one.
Yeah, the Lego one.
You should share it in midcast chat, which is crazy.
Yeah, I think they've repainted the cabinets, but it's the exact thing. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. I was just.
How can we tell that this is yours amongst the clones?
That's true. It could be.
There's that, and you've also
it's
reverse doxed yourself when that person listens to this, and it's like, wait, I posted it on 11/18, a picture of my house.
Yeah.
I remember arguing in front of that pantry door about
Is the
Overwatch
kitchen.
being bad.
Yeah. We had arguments about Tyler's ball sacks there.
Dude, that could be anything.
Wait, what?
Well, forget the ball sack thing. This room could be anything. This is nothing. Those are cute bunnies, though. Speaking of bunnies, okay, more. There's just never-ending shit with the house. There's a rabbit that hangs out in my backyard, and he's really cute, and I want to befriend them, but I don't want him to eat my plants. So,
Be careful.
Of?
Of exactly what you were saying. They will come and eat your plants.
So I bought something called Liquid Fence. Just came in yesterday. It is an anti-deer, anti-rabbit repellent that is like okay to be on plants. So I'm gonna spray that. I also did board up the spot that he gets in from usually, but he can just go to my janky ass fence. Anyone can get into my backyard without making a peep. By the way, it's incredibly easy.
I've done it.
Yeah, show up, pull up. Come watch me like in my boxers playing like Pokemon Z Day or something.
I can't wait to invade Woodler's house.
Don't. Yeah, also I have a back porch with a hammock, so life is good. That's where I read my One Piece and other
Nice.
things. It is delightful. Okay, I will actually have to go through these super quick now. I watched The Long Walk. Really, really good movie. It is the Stephen King novel adaptation, where in this adaptation, 50 men from each state, I think is the implication, go on a nonstop walk, and the last one to survive gets a bunch of money and a wish granted, as long as it's feasible
So-
by the United States government.
50 men from each state, as in like 5,000 men or 50 men?
One man from each state.
Okay,
I think
That's the Steel Ball Run.
the book is a hundo.
cool.
And it's not like by state, but like it worked out in the movie this way.
Yeah.
Also, it's easier to keep track of all the characters. All the acting's really good, particularly between the two leads. They're fantastic. Mark Hamill is the antagonist. He is
Sick.
a commander who super overwatches the Long Walk, and the main character has like historical beef with him. And he's just a complete asshole. And the rules of the Long Walk are: if you start walking below the pace of 3 miles per hour, you get a warning. You will then get a second warning. And if you fail at that point, they just shoot you. And boy, are the shots gruesome. Like, they don't shy away from showing these young men getting shot in the fucking face and, like, riddled with bullets and stuff. If after you walk for a certain amount of time without warnings, your warnings get reset. And there's this insane scene in the middle of the movie. It's at the end of the first night that they're walking, if I'm not mistaken. they're walking uphill in the rain, and like they're so tired that a lot of them are like sleepwalking at this point. And because they're going uphill and like everyone's already tired and the weather is against them, it's just like bodies dropping and like the intensity of the scene and the music and like just warnings going left and right and like bullets just like going off all the time as like everyone tries to like keep walking is insane. Anyways, very dystopian movie. I feel like I don't know when this was written. Any Stephen King heads out there, you guys might know. But it is interesting that like this supersedes the battle royale genre if it is as early as I think it is, by quite a bit. I'm sure Joe is checking for me.
I'm looking at it, trying to find it right now.
1979.
That's crazy. Yeah, this is ahead of it. Because this is before Battle Royale, because I think Battle Royale is an 80s book, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's weird because, you know, this is just a Mr. Beast video because this is not dystopian at all. Like, this is 100% what we live in right now. This is just a Mr. Beast video.
It is dystopian, and that should make you think about your environment for a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's...
Yeah.
I know where I live. Like, Idiocracy created the croc. So look where we are now.
Yeah.
Finally, I played through all of Ghost of Yotei between these podcasts. It was a phenomenal vibe. This and Ghost of Tsushima are the perfect 4 out of 5 games. They're not doing anything crazy, but they know exactly what they need to be. The gameplay and the exploration and just riding around the world is super fucking fun. There's a mode in this game called Watanabe mode where I think one of the guys who worked on Samurai Champloo, not Nujabes, but a live guy, I guess, wrote some tracks for this game, and they just play. You're playing like lo-fi hip-hop while you're like traveling around this gorgeous Japanese landscape. The problem with that mode, I left it on the entire game, because despite the problem, it was still really good. But it only has, like, I swear to God, like 5 tracks. You will hear them very often, but they're really good. My thing with these games is like do a good amount of the side content, but don't like overdo it or anything. Just like rush through, pick this and that up, and then go do the next story mission. But this game has like really good ways of like rewarding the player for doing side content. First of all, it tells you exactly what kind of reward you'll get for like a quest or like a landmark in the world that you're going to. So it's like, I'm not particularly in the mood to get like one of these rewards right now, so you just easily know to skip it. But it's like, oh, I really want one of these, so I'll go do that. So it's really good at like showing you what you need to focus on. The story is kind of just like a generic revenge story. I don't think it really hits that well. But the main character is quite cool. I like her, and the combat is so fucking fun in this game. You get so many main weapons and gadgets and tools that you were walking around feeling like Samurai Batman by the end of the game. I am walking around with a katana, dual katana, spear, kusaranagi, which is like the chain sickle, and a big-ass odachi sword. Those are my 5 main weapons. And then I have a bow that can shoot fire arrows, normal arrows, and sleep arrows. A heavy bow that goes through armor and shields and can shoot disarming arrows. I have a musket that can shoot normal bullets and shrapnel bullets. And by the way, the musket, in combat, you have to reload it for like 7 seconds because it's like a old school musket. It is an old gun. You have 3 different types of throwable bombs, kunais. You have a little quick shot pistol. You have smoke bombs, poison bombs, smoke grenades. You are just like walking around with all these things and constantly upgrading them throughout the game. And combat feels so cool as a result. Where like you are just playing so dirty and throwing shit at people's faces and switching between like all your different weapons to find the weapon that beats like the opponent weapon. Like these games, the weapons don't feel like super different, but they all feel like good, and they all have like their little niches. So yeah, good time. Also, you have a wolf that is not your pet. Like I really like how this is done. There's a feral wolf that this main character is kind of bonded to, and it's more like you just kind of see them in the wild sometimes, and they see you, and you're like sup, and the wolf's like sup, and then you kind of like going your own way. But then your interests align often where it'll just join you in combat. So these games have like these things called standoff streaks where like you get into your like EI stance and do like a showdown, like a Kirby minigame showdown. This is the only way Bradley will know.
I immediately get it.
You immediately get it. And you can like slice up to 3 dudes in this like showdown, and then the wolf, if it's with you, will kill like an additional 2 dudes. It'll join you for like stealth kills. But again, like you have to like really earn this bond with the wolf, and at no point is it your pet or your familiar or something. It's just a dude that shows up because you're cool and he's cool, and you guys are just kind of like vibing. So, really like that. Really good game. I recommend it. Looks gorgeous, and that's all I got there. I'm gonna toss it over to Joe.
Yay!
Bam.
It's me. Okay, we got a lot of things happen. Okay, I guess I'll just go left to right here. So first off, Fantasy Flight Games officially announced the new Arkham Horror Core set. I had a lot of announcements on a lot of my hobbies this week.
Yeah, Jesus.
Very
Yeah, this is a
exciting.
Joe week.
Yeah. So the new core set is essentially not a second edition of the game. They are not changing the rules. They are clarifying some things. But essentially, whenever you play a campaign in Arkham, there are cards from the core set that is used in all of the campaigns that are like basically like generic horror staples. Like, oh, you found a dead body. Make a willpower test and not panic. That kind of thing.
Okay.
And so they've been with the game for the past 10 years. And so this core set is introducing a new set of those cards, which means that we're going to get, it's going to like revitalize, like, oh, we can now play new campaigns that are going to have completely different new cards for enemy effects. And those new enemy cards can be used in old campaigns retroactively, spicing up some older campaigns as well, which is really exciting. The other thing is that they are adding a whole bunch of new investigators as well. And they are adding a 3-part campaign in that box. It's very exciting. People in the Arkham community are getting really upset that they have to buy this box. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? But I totally get it because they're trying to use this as a way to like as a stepping on point for new players because the game is 10 years old and they have 10 years worth of expansions. And they've officially announced that like anything that was printed before the 2 newest expansions will no longer be in print, and they're going to like rotate through these expansions because it's just unfeasible for them to like just keep them all in print.
Yeah, I mean, at some point it just kind of gets too big.
How do you feel about these rotations? Because it's gonna happen to One Piece, and I don't like it.
So the thing about Arkham Horror is that it's a cooperative game, and so as someone who has it, it does not affect me because I have everything in the game basically. There are some very very small. There are some other like player cards I don't have that I can just either proxy or I don't bother playing with because I don't really care. So it doesn't really affect me that much. I know a lot of people right now are having this like fear of missing out, which I totally understand. But I think my like opinion there is that like don't worry, you're just like you're gonna be fine. The game is still the same game it was. It's just like you're not gonna be able to experience the old content, which sucks. But you're gonna get new content. And to be honest, the new Desires have been fucking killing it with their expansions and shit. So like I'm really excited to see what they have because I think the people coming in are going to get the best version of Arkham possible, in my opinion. And like when it compared to One Piece, like it's weird because it's also happening to Star Wars. So come the next set in Star Wars that comes out, it will also have a set rotation. And it's a double-edged sword of like all of your old cards, not all of your old cards, but a lot of your old cards are no longer going to be a have. But you're going to have to use these new cards to play with. So it just kind of like very forcibly shakes up the meta. And so it just all depends on your optics of what you want to do. Like I understand like you have a pet card that you really like playing, but I also like the idea of like I'm not seeing the same fucking removal card now every game. for the entirety of this game's life, right? So like, I don't know. There's really like, it just all depends on how you want to approach it. And then there's always the like very very like nihilistic viewpoint of like, well, they're doing it for money. It's like, yes, of course they're doing it for money. That's what corporations and all this is for, is people making money. So I don't know. But I'm excited for the new core set. I'm excited for the new expansion, which they mentioned will be releasing around the same time. So we'll get that and the new expansion like very close to each other. And they announced that they have, because they are doing this method, we are going to basically get 4 new Arkham products every year, which is
Damn.
crazy compared to like the 1 or 2 we usually get. So I'm very, very excited for that. It'll be fun. Okay, next up is Ministravaganza. So basically, AMG, who does Marvel Crisis Protocol, had their big kind of announcements of everything. So Marvel Crisis Protocol got a huge update, like fundamentally changing the game, where so they changed the way how you set up the missions in the game, which is, I'm not going to go into too much details, but it, to boil it down, you are more likely to play something you want to play and be cucked out of. Sorry, let me rephrase that. You are more likely to avoid the thing you don't want to play than you were before. So like, if there's for sure a mission you do not want to play, you have much better control of making sure you don't play that mission, which is really good. But the more important thing is that they change how terrain works when it comes to damaging. So a big part of Marvel is that you can take pieces of the board and you can throw it at your enemies, or you can take your enemies' characters and throw them at their enemies, at themselves. And the way that was calculated is that everything on the board has a size, so size 1 to 5. And when you get hit by something, you take the size of that piece of terrain plus 1. So if you get hit by like a bus, which is a size 4 terrain, you're taking 5 damage, which made characters like Hulk, Beta Ray Bill, Thor really strong because they could throw those big buildings and stuff. They've changed it now that regardless of the size of the terrain, everything just deals 3 damage. So like skyscraper, 3 damage. Mailbox, 3 damage. So it's a big shakeup there. And it's really weird because, like I said before, it makes those characters like Hulk and Thor and all these other like big beefy characters that like throw terrain a little bit weaker because they are now paying for the ability to throw bigger terrain but not getting as much payoff instead, which kind of sucks. On the other hand, this makes Magneto into a fucking monster because he gets to throw terrain as much as he wants on his turn, and he can spend only the amount for the one size terrain, and it's just killing you instantly through throwing like 5 pieces of terrain rather than 1. So I'm really interested to play. They're going to have a new mission pack come early next year, so I'm really excited to see how that goes. But they also bunch of updates to my own characters themselves.
Which are
which
who
I
again?
am so it's all the X-Men basically. All the X-Men that I run in my roster went up 1 health point, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when you get killed by like some random attack, having that 1 extra health point really matters. In addition, Emma Frost got completely reworked. She's now like a whole new character basically, and she has a whole different role, which is really cool. And also my shield people, which is like Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, they also gain an extra hit point. The Nick Fury one is crazy because that guy was already unkillable. I don't know why they gave him an additional hit point. So I'm very excited to play MCP again.
This is what I think when I think of Nick Fury, his durability.
Yes, it's to give you an idea, like Captain America has 6 health. Nick Fury now has 7. I don't know why this is this way.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. Love that guy. That guy killed fucking Dracula in 2 turns. It was great.
Canon.
Yes. But I'm really excited to play MCP. I haven't played all month, and I'll get into why later. But it's been really, really fun. I played a game called Jurassic World Evolution 3. This is the 3rd game in this series. This is the best game they made. I think Frontier has. They've done Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo. This game is super fun. Really, it's got a lot of good depth to it. Not nearly as much as I want, but like just the right amount to like turn on the weekend and just kind of like, I like played this game for 12 hours straight one day, and I was just having a blast making dinosaurs and like taking care of them, and all this kind of stuff. It's a really pretty game. I really enjoy it. I recommend it if you want to do a cool management game. I saw Emma Stone's new movie Bugonia, which also stars Jesse Plemons, who is from Breaking Bad.
I fucking love Jesse Plemons. He's
Yeah.
such a good actor.
He is incredible in this movie. Emma Stone's also incredible in this movie. I'm not going to talk about any more about this movie other than I think Willer, you should go watch this movie for sure. Tyler, you should go watch this movie so you can be confused by it.
Sure.
Yep.
Is it? Should I watch it with Tyler? Is this out on
No, it's in
Watchable?
theaters.
We can get access to it, Willer.
Yeah.
Not yet.
You should watch this.
Not yet,
with
it seems.
Tommy.
Yeah, we'll do a
You should-
night.
You should watch it with Tommy.
Well, it's not. Apparently, it's not like streaming yet. But I will put it.
If he
on-
hasn't already seen it, you know.
It's true. I don't
Yeah.
think so. I've checked his letterbox. I have not seen it on his letterbox.
It's true. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, he likes to do that, doesn't he, Willer?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's a little stinker sometimes. That's
Oh
fine.
yeah, we'll get to that later.
But I really, really like this movie a lot. I liked it better than this is Emma Stone, and I can't remember the director's name, but he made Poor Things.
Yeah,
Willer.
Largos or something.
Lars something.
Hey, Willer, if we finish this podcast fast enough, there's a showing at 10:15.
It's not happening, brother.
That is not happening.
Tyler, wake up and smell the roses. We're here for the next 4 hours.
Yeah. I did enjoy Poor Things as much as I probably should have, mainly because I watched it with my mother. And if you've seen Poor Things, you probably know why I didn't enjoy it.
I watched
as much
half
as I
of
did.
Poor Things. It seemed good, but it's an awkward movie.
Yes. I watched that with my mother. I I was very embarrassed. But this one was really, really good. But yeah, I think I've thought about it a lot, and it was a great kind of like Halloween-esque movie to watch the night before, or the day of, actually. We saw it on Halloween night, that I remember. And then, okay, so my company had a tailgate this past weekend for Texas A&M, which was a company tailgate, and I went out there. I went with my family to go watch the game. Did any of y'all watch this game?
I
By the way?
didn't, but it's a historic game.
Yeah, I was watching live updates at as soon as the third quarter started.
I watched the one from last week, not this one.
Okay. So, Willer, the final of the game was 31-30 Texas A&M.
Okay, you wrote this such that I thought it was 1 to 200 or something.
No. Okay, so you might be thinking wow, that must be a close game. I want you to understand something. The score at the end of the second quarter was 3 Texas A&M and 30 South Carolina.
Oh, sick.
So Texas A&M came back, scored 28 points, and did not let South Carolina score once in those 30 minutes of game time.
Too easy.
Yeah. One of the loudest I've ever been in Callio Field. One of the best games I've seen, probably right behind the 72-74 Louisiana game we played back in 2019. Absolutely incredible game. Coach Elko, I don't know what the fuck he does in the halftime locker room, but whatever he does, it works. It's actually
take the venom serum.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely insane. Really, the 1-1. So before this game, there were since 2004, there were 286 games in which an SEC team, the conference that we're in, an SEC team has been down by 27 points. In all 286 of those games, the SEC team lost. This A&M is the first team since 2004 to make that big of a recovery within the SEC.
Hot damn.
Yeah, absolutely insane game. Texas A&M football has been really fun to watch this year. So I
Finally.
just, yeah, yes, we incredible game. I feel so mixed about because I'm that was incredible to watch, but I really wish it wasn't against South Carolina of all people. But yeah, it was one of my favorite things I've done this month, and I am looking forward to the next two that are coming this month. Well, one more than the other one, but yeah. I think that's it. That's everything.
No shit. Nice. Okay, we're gonna toss it up to Tyler. What you got going on in your
Hello.
life, sir?
So, I gotta get back to the official schedule.
You do? I also needed to get back there because
Okay.
Well, no, I'm doing stuff for the podcast. I'm writing a bunch of stuff for Media of the Year that I will share with you later. You were goofing off.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
You don't know me. Anyway, we went to Seattle last week for Kelly's birthday.
Nice.
That was great. Both her and I have been to Seattle before, just never together. So it was a great time. We did a lot of dilly dallying. I had my luck stat hit 2 good points, and then I got a really bad roll too as well. My 2 big luck stack rolls were the night we got there. We were walking around, and we saw the theater that was literally around the corner from our hotel. Had Auntie Donna there for the night doing a live showing.
Right, that was so cool that you
That's
just
so
stumbled
awesome.
on that.
So
Yeah.
we walked up, and that we saw that in order to buy tickets, you have to go on Ticketmaster, of course.
Mm.
Or 6:30, they would be selling stuff at the box office, where probably everybody who went to that show just came up and like did will call, and like picked up their tickets they bought online. So it's like 45 minutes till. Kelly and I are like, all right, we're gonna walk 2-3 blocks away, go get some dinner. We walk and get some dinner. We get back, and I was like, hey, can I buy tickets here? And the lady was like, yeah, you can buy tickets here. Great.
Okay. All right, lady.
So, well, no, she's just like, nobody's walking up to buy tickets at a show in 2025, you know?
Yeah. I got you.
So not only do we buy tickets and get the seats that we were looking at on Ticketmaster, they are $85 cheaper.
Oh, hell yeah.
Damn.
They are $15 more expensive than general admission online and through Ticketmaster. So like the seats when we looked online, it was like $89 a seat, and then it's like $50 in fees, like after that, miscellaneous, whatever they want to charge you for it, and just upcharge you. General admission was like $58. So we pay for our seats. The woman tricked us, and we did not get the seats we paid for. She put us in the front row.
What a bitch.
I know. What a prankster.
I know. So we got front row tickets. I got our buddy Austin a Cowboy t-shirt, since he has dressed as Cowboy for Halloween.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. I've heard their live shows have been pretty mixed. Y'all, this live show was fucking hilarious. It was like a mixture of Tim Robinson and Smiling Friends on stage being performed live in front of us.
That just seems like their humor.
Yeah.
But like, I haven't watched Auntie Donna YouTube videos in like 4 years.
Yeah.
You know, their show on Netflix came out a while ago, and they just, you know, they haven't been on my radar.
It's fucked up they never got like a follow-up to that. Like I that show was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm sorry for saying that.
Oh my god, he's dead.
Oh, I pressed the wrong key.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry for lamenting the old show. That's my bad.
Yeah. No. But like, even Kelly, who's not like a super crazy fan about him, she's laughing the whole time. So it was a super great time. That was one of my good luck stat points. We just walked around Seattle. We got to go to a retro game shop. I picked up my 2 first like big boy console games I ever owned, because Teenage Tyler wanted to trade those games in to get other games like an idiot. But thankfully, Xbox 360 games are like cheap, like $5, not like Super Nintendo games, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I picked up Civilization Revolution. I can't wait to play because my Xbox 360 is still hooked up. And Too Human, the last game made by Silicon Knights before they were sued by Epic.
Wild.
Why were they sued by Epic?
Because I think it was something like they didn't pay them enough royalties for how much the title sold. It was like very stupid for 2009, 2010 lawsuits. but Epic just kind of fucked them in the ass, and then their studio went
course.
bankrupt because of it. But yeah, so it was a great time. Then we went out to Olympic National Park, which Olympic National Park was crazy, in a good way, because it is like on the most northwest peninsula of the United States. And y'all, this shit is out there. Like, this is a true wilderness version of a national park. There's lots of different variations of national parks. So, like, you know, you've heard of Yellowstone. It's very constructed. It has lots of pathways for everybody. It's great for visitors and everything. Okay. And then you have places like Hot Springs National Park, which is unique because it's one of the only national parks that's actually incorporated into a city, which is Hot Springs, Arkansas. Olympics National Park is like, have y'all ever been to Hawaii?
No, but
Yes,
I want to.
I have. I have
Okay,
been to Hawaii.
So, in
Actually,
Hawaii,
sorry,
there-
I played Yakuza 8, so yes.
Okay. So, you know the volcano island?
Yes.
So the volcano island has one big circle road, like highway that goes around the island. It takes hours to get anywhere. And then if you try to go into the center of the island, it's just kind of wild wilderness. You're just going up a volcano.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is at the Olympics. It was crazy. It's very wild. It's very rural. It's like the exact opposite of Seattle. It's like you think of Seattle as like hip coffee with it, big city vibes. The Olympics National Park is like East Texas of Washington. It's crazy. It's just rural as hell. And then you look at like the hiking trails out there, and it was like, do you want to do 3 to 5 miles, or do you want to do 18 to 57?
We don't got nothing
you know,
in between,
and like
huh?
climb Mount Olympus. On this trip, we didn't do anything too crazy. We did lots of short hikes, several like 1 to 4 mile hikes where we just kind of drive somewhere, walk for around an hour and a half, and then get in the car and drive somewhere else and do it again. First day of hiking on the second trail, I rolled and sprained my ankle. So that was a great time. That was my bad luck roll. Yeah, we went to Forks, Washington. Bradley, I thought you would like that.
Oh my god, my favorite.
I thought that would be like such a wild, like, what the fuck is Tyler doing in Forks, Washington response.
That is kind of like a what the fuck.
Yeah, I had no idea what it was about. Yeah, for Willer and Joe, if y'all don't know, Forks, Washington is where Twilight takes place.
Ah, cool.
I was not. Y'all, that shit is way the fuck out there. Like,
Yeah.
that is the most random shit ever.
Why do you think the vampires live there? No one would expect them.
It's fucking beautiful.
I guess, but also it makes sense for the wolves to live there too. Because who the fuck would look for them in Olympics National Park?
I don't know.
Yeah. I beat Borderlands 4.
Last we checked, you hated this game.
So once you get over how bad the gunplay is, I do have mixed feelings about it. The systems that they build for the game are really fun. If you play under the conditions of you should be playing on PC because UI inventory management is a pain in the fucking ass. You need to play with a friend who actually has a schedule that can keep with you. And if you do any amount of grinding in this game, it kind of negates the whole thing because there are dozens of methods to basically like start dealing inverse negative amounts of damage because you just roll the numbers in the system back too high.
Okay.
So you're like one-shotting everything. So it wasn't terrible. It was definitely better than Borderlands 3 because I finished it. I also beat the post game for it, which is like you go and do a bunch of series of like bosses and trial missions, but it really just seemed like another way to kind of inflate it for you to play the game longer. If I was a person who liked playing Borderlands all the time and it was 2012 and I had that amount of time, I would definitely see myself like going to play all 4 other characters and try them out.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't live in that type of world anymore. So
Nope.
I digress. I am on 2 things that are part 6. JoJo's Stone Ocean Part 6 and Battlefield 6.
You know,
we
two
just finished-
two long-running series that are continuous and very historic.
you know. We just finished fighting Sports Max, okay?
Oh, dude,
And-
Sports Max
cool.
goes hard.
So I have something I'm gonna cook up for you guys. I
Yeah.
think it'll be fun to do.
Okay.
It is JoJo's related, and we may have done it before, but I want to do it again.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna tell you all about it yet, just so y'all hold me
What?
accountable to doing it.
Okay.
I like
Um,
surprises.
yeah, but I think I'm making my way through JoJo's Stone Ocean. I think I'm gonna make it all the way through before Part 7, but I'm definitely not gonna start Part 7 until it's completely full. So
That's a
probably
good call.
towards the end of next year,
Yeah.
so I can actually tolerate watching it.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also have a feeling that JoJo's Part 7 is going to take 2 years to finish, if I'm being honest.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well,
So
one, it's the longest part by 33% than the other longest part, which is 4. So up to
Yeah.
where it's been animated, and two, as a result, like that's gonna take multiple. Like I think probably like a triple split season as opposed to just 2,
Yeah.
and there's a bunch of horses involved, so it's gonna be slower to come out seasons. to
y'all,
begin
it's gonna be 3 parts of JoJo's Part 7, a movie, and then
No.
a second movie.
with. They don't do movies. JoJo's
It's gonna
actually
be
cool.
Attack on Titan.
But yeah, we just finished fighting. Who did I say?
Sports
again?
Max.
Sports Max. All right, so this guy's name is actually Sports Max. You know,
And his
Funny
stand is around him, invisible zombies appear.
was it Limp Biscuit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Flaccid
Okay.
Pancake.
Okay.
Take your pick.
So I'm on the follow-up episode where the priest is talking to him.
Yeah.
And he's like laying out this plot. He's like, can you imagine if you had an army of millions of undead souls and infinite bodies? And I was like, I immediately thought of Solo Leveling, and I was like, oh, Sports Max is like one of the most pathetic, stupid idiots ever. Like, he just got absolutely blindsided. Like, he could have become one of the most like strongest characters, and it was just like, oh, what if you got this really bad role?
To be fair, he literally got his stand in the fight. If I remember correctly, Hermes like kills him, and his stand revives him as a zombie lord.
I thought it's unclear. So like she traps him in the pipe and he starts mumbling shit about his stand, but it doesn't say that he got it because he died.
Okay, I might be misremembering that, but
No,
I remember the shit on the
definitely-
pipe.
He definitely dies in the pipe, but
Yeah.
he starts talking about his stand while he's off screen, so you can't tell if he's alive or dead at that time.
So he definitely has a stand ability before he
Yes.
dies, but he does
Yes.
get killed. And
No.
then he uses
ha-
his stand to resurrect himself.
Yes, but you can't. So, in the follow-up episode, he can use his stand before he dies. That is
Yes.
100%. He does not have to be dead. So
Correct. Yes.
it's just you can't tell if him chanting like that in the pipe is him reviving himself or not because he's
Yeah.
off screen.
I see it as like
I
a
agree.
delirious state where he's like his stand activates for the first time, and now he's a weird zombie man, and he's just yapping because he doesn't really understand what's happening to him.
Yeah. Okay. Is Foo Fighters just a stand of sentient plankton?
Yes, and the
Okay.
goat.
Yeah.
Okay. No. So like, that's like Part 6's Iggy.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's crazy, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I can't prove it yet. Okay? But
Okay.
this is just
Oh.
because Part 5 going into Part 6. But I'm having this theory that Araki designs characters in the following arc based on stands from the previous arc.
I think you're right.
You're right. Yes. I would
Is
say-
that a thing?
Yes. He
Like-
definitely like he has archetypes he likes to develop and kind of expand on.
Mhm.
You know, like remix.
Visually
Like-
and power wise, like
Yeah.
it
There's
happens
a
all the
couple of-
time. Yeah.
Okay. Like, Narciso looks like
Ansui. Anasui.
yeah. Anasui looks like the Part 5 main antagonist.
Diavolo,
Diavolo,
they
yeah.
both wear the fishnets.
Yeah.
So for a big example, Dio's the World has like an air tank behind him and like tubes and heart shapes
Yeah.
everywhere. Then
Uh-huh.
and Dio also has heart shaped motifs. Then Josuke, the protagonist of Part 4, has a bunch of heart motifs, and Crazy Diamond looks very much like the World. And then that goes on to then Giorno.
He does look like a Silver World.
And then
Yeah.
Giorno has a bunch of heart shit, and then you get Diavolo and Anasui, and yeah, he likes doing that shit.
Yeah. Weather Report does look a lot like Polnareff, just with the big white hair.
Okay. I can
Im-
kinda see
Im-
that.
Emporio.
I love him. Koichi,
He
Koichi coded.
yeah, a little bit, but you know what he like? Okay, I this character. So this kid's a ghost, right?
No.
His stand is to exist in a ghost room.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I could see why you think like he is just a spirit straight up.
I can also see that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But the way that the character is arted and kind of stylized, he looks like he's from Part 1 or 2. It's very interesting.
It's probably
That's an interesting take.
maybe he's saying that because he's like a small muscular child, so like
Yeah.
he's a little freak.
He has like different shadings than like Foo Fighters does. Like he's got this like I mean, at least in the manga, like in the images I'm looking at, he's got this like watercolor technique done to him. With like he has
see what
very
you mean.
highlighted brushing techniques.
He's a lot. Yeah. I see what you mean.
It can also very much depend if you're looking at colors. Like Araki does his colors like all sorts
Yeah.
of styles, so it's kind of hard to base it off of that.
Yeah. But yeah, that was just I'm it's easier to watch right now. I don't know why, but it is.
I am excited for the next arc that Tyler gets to experience.
What's
In
Joe?
part 6?
What's after Sports Max again?
Ultra
It's-
Security Solitary.
Yeah.
So I remember starting this arc. I think this is the one where I finished. Because as I was watching Sports Max, I was like, for the life of me, I'm like, how the fuck are they gonna kill like invisible ghosts? Is this? I really thought this was gonna become like Superfly, where this is just like a thing that exists in the world now.
Yeah. Now
That'd
this
be kinda sick.
that would be this prison just has invisible ghosts now. Like
Well,
Yeah.
I was
It's
like,
it's a lost cause. It's just it's the zombie
it's
prison.
Florida.
it would make the most sense because I'm like, they can punch stands, but like they can't punch ghosts, but they punch the ghosts. So
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. And then Battlefield 6, Joe and I played together. We had one great session. We played for 4 hours straight.
Hey.
It was like we were making jokes because it was just like in high school on a Sunday when you all get up at like lunch and start playing.
It happens. Sometimes.
It was great because that Sunday had beers in it involved.
It's true. It did have beers.
It was great. We played for 4 hours straight. We had a full squad. We got top squad quite a few times. And then all of us collectively unlocked like 2 attachments for our guns.
Yes.
Because
That seems pretty slow.
the game... so Willer, for context, and Bradley for context. Do y'all remember a game called Star Wars Battlefront?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was played earlier this year by Bradley and Joe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Do you remember the most downvoted Reddit post of
Yes,
all
I
time?
remember.
That lives rent free in my head.
What was that
This-
again?
It was
Uh,
about the feeling of achievement by playing for 200 hours to unlock
Yes.
Darth Vader.
Yes.
Pride and accomplishment.
Oh, pride and accomplishment. Classic.
This game has a longer grind time than that game, and nobody talks about
Jesus.
it. Nobody's said anything. I have not, like, I've seen glances of it in passing, but it's not a big, huge controversy. No, it's nothing. It's people don't give a shit anymore. They're like, oh yeah, this is my life game now. You know, I'm gonna
Yeah.
just play it for 40 bajillion hours.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was it. Like Battlefield
Yep.
6 was
So-
fun, but
It is fun. They did lower the requirements for a lot of that stuff, Tyler.
I'm not surprised. But you know what? I'm not
But-
playing.
Battlefield 6.
Yeah, because there's other shit that came out that we'll
True.
get to in a bit.
Yeah. But it's funny to give you an idea. Like, for example, there was a long shot achievement in the game where you had to like kill someone from like 200 meters away with the sniper rifle to get an attachment. It started at 150 kills. It's now down to 5.
Yeah, dude. What? Okay, what? Like one of the challenges, like it was for engineer. It was like repair 2,000 health on the tank, which it's a lot, but it's something you're doing every fucking
All
battle.
the time.
That makes
Yes.
sense. Okay. The other one for assault was like destroy like it was like get like 20 kills with a shotgun or something, or a shotgun attachment. And then the scout was like deploy something like 10 times. The
Yeah.
fucking support was stop 100 grenades with your trophy system. In 4 hours, do you know how many fucking grenades I saw in that game?
Probably like 2.
Yeah, like it was exactly 3 is all that I remembered.
Yeah,
And I
because
was
they
like,
were all
is
getting
this a-
stopped by the trophy system. Think.
Yeah, don't even at me right now. This is a fucking joke.
Dude, I wanted to get this game, and then I played the beta, and then I was like, I'm not feeling it.
I will say I did have fun playing it. Like I genuinely.
This
did
is
enjoy myself.
this is probably the most fun multiplayer game I had this year. This is the multiplayer game that like it's on par with Risk of Rain 2, where like if somebody asked me to play it, I would not hesitate. I'd be like, yeah, I can play some Battlefield.
And
for
yet,
sure.
and yet, no one is recommending it. Makes you think.
Yeah, because like there's like 20 Game of the Year games that came out this year, dog.
That's every year.
It is. It has been hard to compete.
But
Unfortunate that
it-
gaming
for-
has
for
come
me-
to its peak.
yeah,
Yeah.
how spoiled for choice we are. For me, it was like I don't know if I like playing Battlefield with a lot of people. Is what.
Hey, you don't like the game because the game is ass by yourself.
No, that's how I've always enjoyed Battlefields. Like either
No,
that or like
that-
with one person.
That's a.
The thing about Battlefield is
I don't want
disagree.
I don't want to talk while I'm playing Battlefield. I just want to relax and like.
Oh, that is like. That's like one of the most fun things on there because we're role playing the whole time, and I've got the
it's great when we're all in the truck and we're just talking. And this person fucking crashes head on to another one.
Oh,
And
I
we're all-
posted that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. And we're like, what the fuck just happened, Tyler?
Oh, it was
I-
great.
I literally saw it coming. I was like, I'm leaving. I dropped out the truck. I just
Oh,
knew
man.
exactly what was going through your fucking one cell brain.
Oh, dude, it's great. I've got the walkie-talkie settings on as well.
Oh yeah,
so
that's super fun.
yeah, it's proximity based, and if you get far away from people, it starts sounding like a walkie-talkie, like you're in the battlefield. It was fun. It really is. But
yeah.
yeah. Anyway, there's one other short thing I had to talk about. So while I was on vacation, after 2 days, my brain actually went into like I'm on vacation mode, and I could start like looking to do new things in life. We went to Kinokuniya in Seattle, which we go to often. Here in Austin, it's just a Japanese bookstore.
Mhm.
I picked up a new manga series because it's not on Shonen Jump. I don't know why. I don't know anything about the fandom or anything related to this manga. I saw the cover for it and I was like, I like that character design. I'm gonna read this. So I am on volume 2, almost through with it, of Witch Hat Atelier. Do y'all know anything about this? Have y'all
That's
heard about
such a weird pick for you. That's great.
Every time I've ever gone to Kinokuniya, I've seen those volumes, and I was like, if I knew ahead of time this was good, I would get it because I love like the art and the premise of it from what I've seen.
it? Yeah. So I read volume 1. I'm enjoying the premise so far. Volume 2 has me a little concerned about our character development, like what they're about, you know?
Yeah, but Tyler, you don't like that.
Yeah,
so-
when did Tyler become a character
Sorry,
development guy?
Not character development. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I have concerns about their ninja way. Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
Their motivation.
no, their
Okay.
motivations are fine. Like so in the second volume, they get teleported away to a prison trap. It's like an infinite maze prison trap thing that someone's casted on them, which is forbidden magic. So that's why it's taboo and bad thing and everything. But a dragon is chasing them, and they're like, "Yo, we can defeat this dragon." And the main character's like, "What if we just made the dragon happy instead and gave it a big, comfy bed?" And that's what they do. So like, the way that they get the bed is kind of cool. They cast a for loop on a cloud spell, and so because it's applied a for loop to the cloud spell, it keeps trying to retain its form when the dragon steps on it. But they didn't ever end the loop, so it's kind of like constantly going. And like, yeah, they ended it on the size, but not like the pressure of it. So I was like, that's interesting. But then it's like, oh, like we can we can solve all of our problems by making people happy.
Okay.
Which
I see.
like it's throwing me for a loop because the first volume has like the most gruesome thing happen to be like our main character's motivation, and I was like, oh, that was dark, cool, let's keep that going. But then volume 2 has the let's make a bed for the fluffy dragon cloud, and I was like,
I love juxtapositions of like horrible grim darkness and super like optimistic cuteness.
That's
It's
why one of Bradley's
Bradley-
favorite manga is Berserk, known shoujo.
It's happening a lot, and it's just happening these two. So I'm still with it. I'm still gonna keep reading. I picked up the first volume when I was in Seattle. I read it there, and then every Monday I drive past Kinokuniya after class, and so I picked up 3 more volumes yesterday, and I picked up Willer's housewarming gift as well. So deal with that, what you will.
Got me some nerdy shit. Got me some
I
weeb
did.
shit.
You're gonna love it. I
Wow.
went to the weed store.
Doubt it.
Yeah. We have a Kinokuniya here in Katy. It's kind of neat.
Yeah.
They're great stores. I became a member
Yeah.
there because they're like, if you spend 200, like it's a membership card where you pay $25 a year, but you get 10% off everything. And the guy was like, it only really matters if you're gonna spend $250 in 1 year. I was like, I'm about to spend 110. I might as fucking well. I'm halfway there. It was like, how many volumes are in this manga? Another 20? Yeah, I think I'm fine.
Nice.
That's it.
Alrighty.
Cool.
Cool.
Thank y'all for coming to the podcast. We'll see you next time.
Wait, what do you mean there's 12 other main topics?
What?
Hey, speaking of Battlefield 6,
Why is nobody playing it, Joe?
Yeah, why is that? Can you educate my boomer ass?
I'm gonna be 100% frank here with y'all. Okay.
You should be 100% Joe.
Let's go,
Okay.
Unk. Come.
Okay.
Come on, Unk.
I love Arc Raiders.
Oh!
It's so good.
Not unked!
He's not Unked.
It's so hard to explain, but it's really not. If I'm being honest.
You're kind of gonna have to, though, because I really don't get that genre, man.
So, okay, Arc Raiders has figured out, I think, what the extraction shooter should be. And you know what it should be, Willer?
I don't even know what it shouldn't be.
It
shouldn't be Anthem.
Yeah. Well, you know what it should be? It should be fishing.
Okay.
So, but like, I get the same kind of itch and scratch relief that I get playing this game as I do with like Monster Hunter, kind of a thing.
They seem so different.
Yes, but the big thing is like you go in and you're like, I want to upgrade my weapons bench. To upgrade my weapons bench, I need this material. This material is found in this location at this spot, presumably. I need to go there and get it and get out. And it's like 30 minutes of just pure like adrenaline of trying to get all the things you need and get out and maximizing your time. The thing that I really like about this game is that other extraction shooters don't do is that it focuses on getting small pieces and putting them together later, rather than just looting like
Full
big payouts.
stuff. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
seen that in the small amounts of gameplay I've seen. Is like,
You have to
I
be-
found a rubber band. Holy shit! Like that's
Yes.
what you're going
you,
for.
you have to be very short-term goal-oriented
Yes.
because the game
ahead, Tyler.
doesn't have long-term goals.
Yeah. It does, but they're not like within the actual game itself. It doesn't have long-term goals. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
the
there's-
long-term goals are something in your own imagination you want to apply.
Yeah, and
Like,
it's also
or
like
do.
staying longer in the session does not get you any kind of benefit. Like there isn't like better drops as you stay longer within like the arena, essentially. So you're motivated to get in, be very surgical in how you operate, and get out. Which I think is really cool. And so what happens is that like you have 30 minutes on a timer normally, but you're really only spending like 10 to 15 minutes per run with each time. And I think that's really neat. I think the other layer to this is that they keep like a session live for as long as there are people in there, which means that it will spawn people halfway through the session, which I think creates a very interesting dynamic for you as a player, where you come in and you're like, oh, there's only 15 minutes left. I need to be really pinpoint with my time, or like try to maximize as much as I can while I'm here. Or like on the flip side, like go think, well, there's 15 minutes left. There's probably not a lot of people here. I could probably hit a lot of the high zones and not get like disrupted in doing so, potentially, and challenge your luck there. So I just the game loop is just so good. I really, really, really like it.
It's really good on PS5 as well.
Yes.
Like there's few things. The PS5 controller, it's tuned very well for. I think you have to play the game with headphones and audio. Like it is part of the game.
Yeah, it's the first game where like I've put headphones on every time I've played it. I've also like talked to people in the game. Like I say, like, "What's up? Are you looking for something? Where is this? Do you know what this is? Why the fuck
friendly?
are you shooting me right now?
You friendly? You
Please
friendly,
don't
bro?
shoot.
So
Don't shoot.
can you explain the concept of friendly? Because I watched a video game donkey video, I think, and he was just kind of like making friends. What is this
Yeah.
Undertale? What's happening?
Yeah.
So it's the game is not I saw some
The
people
game-
actually do a study on it, and it was like,
I was gonna bring that up actually, because I wanted to ask y'all what console you were playing on.
Yeah,
These people
yeah.
that Tyler's talking about, you have the option to turn crossplay off, and so this person and their friend, one of them went on PC, the other went on PS5, and they each turned crossplay off, and they played a crap load of games collecting data on interactions over the course of a week or two. And they found that players on console are far more likely to initially act friendly and then shoot you in the back. They're like 40% more likely to shoot you on sight. They're colossally more likely to play with you for a whole session and then shoot you at the end. And then found PC players are just like, let's just fucking party.
What's the
Yeah.
point? Sorry, zoned out. I guess. What's the point of like befriending versus shooting someone at the end? Like, do you get anything for?
So
the reason is the arcs.
yeah. So there is a huge PvE aspect to it.
Yes.
Like you are constantly hearing drone noises. So the entire premise is that robots have taken over the surface. Right? That's it.
Yes. They
so-
have just
so-
taken over.
The people who go up top are called raiders, and they were raiding for supplies to take it to your underground societies and stuff.
Yep.
You're all in different like bunkers, like Fallout and shit, and you all have different goals and everything. So, like, for example, the first time I played on live, okay, I like walk maybe a mile, which is not far. Like,
Yep.
it's like 7-8 minutes worth of walking. I get a couple of supplies and everything. I get to an extraction elevator and I call in the elevator. Whenever you call in an elevator, it goes,
It's loud.
"Wee."
It is the loudest thing in the game. Like, you know when someone's calling an elevator.
Yeah. And then I was like, there's a room nearby. There's like a building, like it's a single room building, and has like these vents on the windows. Okay. And I'm like, I'm gonna wait in here. Maybe I won't run into any players. I can like duck and cover and everything and be safe. As soon as I close the door to the room, I like see through the vents like lights passing by, and they're like glowing red and yellow and shit. This thing is now swarmed with like 8 flying robots that are here to kill my ass and are shooting me through these fucking vents.
Yes. So, yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
I was just like, I have a bolt action rifle. How the fuck am I gonna kill these?
You have
things?
some shitty fucking guns at the start of the game. Like,
that's the PvE element. But so why shoot the guy at the end?
Because he's got all the stuff.
So actually, Joe, that we'll get into that in a second.
Yeah. So one of the first sessions I played this game, I played in the beta as well. I went around, I got a good amount of stuff. I'm like, okay, I feel very accomplished. I got to the elevator and I started ringing it. And as I'm ringing it, I get attacked by this other guy, and like we start having this shootout here, and we're firing with our big fucking sniper rifles and shit. A third guy comes in and kills me. And so when you get down, you're like crawling on the ground kind of a state, because it's potentially also a team game, so your teammates can revive you. And so the two of them eventually start shooting at each other. So much noise gets made that arcs come over and they all start shooting at the two guys that were fighting each other. So they start like splitting off and shooting them, and I'm still on the ground. The elevator has come up at this point, and I crawl to the elevator, and I get to the console and type in the thing I need to go down, and I'm able to extract with all my shit. And it was just like, oh, okay. I totally get like the immersion of this game. Like, just this idea of like, we can fight ourselves, but at the same time, like, these things are just way stronger than anything else.
There's just a common foe that is a lot scarier than you guys dicking each other over.
Yeah. And it's not like you can just shoot an arc over time and it dies. They all have specific weak points that you need to hit. So like the wasps, which are like the generic drones, have the little propeller things. If you shoot them in the body, they're just gonna like get stunned for a second, but they're gonna keep shooting at you. But if you shoot the propellers, it's so much more efficient and they will just spin out and die. So you have to be like tactical in how you take these things down. Like even the smallest enemy like requires some sort of like actual nuance to its combat, which I think makes it really, really cool. And then you walk into a building, and then there's these fucking balls that will just run up and explode on you, so you can never feel safe.
I have seen the goofy balls.
So it's just every time you make a run, it just hits that like gambling section of like, the next one's gonna be the good one. I can feel it. I'm gonna go do it. And then each of the maps has their own like conditions that they get as well. So like you can get a condition where like there's extra raider caches. You can get a condition where it's nighttime, so like there's a lot more loot on the board. There's a condition where the mothership is there, so she's just fucking shooting you, but she drops a lot of cool shit, so you could potentially get that. There's an electromagnetic storm. Like it's just really well immersively made when it comes to like an extraction shooter. Like it's the first one I've played where like it makes sense that I am constantly doing this loop within the game itself, like in Monster Hunter, where it's like I'm going to kill these guys because we need parts and for like research. Like it just makes sense. Like I think that's one big thing.
The game heavily demotivates you to engage in PvP in almost every corner. If they're like, it's loud. If you kill another person, it shoots off a huge flare into the sky, announcing your position. And then there's another thing that's on the back end that most players probably have noticed, but it doesn't really advertise. There is a matchmaking aspect to the game, and it's not skill-based. It's inventory-based. So, like, if you go like into a scav run, which is like a no loadout, like you get a randomly assigned thing at the beginning, like say you died and lost a bunch of your stuff, you're like, all right, I need to go just collect supplies again and recoup my losses. You'll most likely run in like, and you have a gray level weapon, you'll most likely run into people who have gray to like green level weapons. Meanwhile, if you start taking in blue to purple weapons, you're going to run into other people who have blue to purple weapons. So it like matches you, I feel like, to like your power level, but it's like kind of still neutral feedback loop where you're like, I can't upgrade my gray weapon to a purple weapon because I'll never kill anybody who has a purple weapon to just like loot their body.
Yeah, but you also could. So the other thing about the game is that you have a lot of like gadgets and tricks and shit. So like you have stuff like a barricade that you can put up to like block bullets. You have something like a door lock where you lock a door behind you. You can trap people in it. There's one of them that's the Raider flare, which simulates the flare that goes up when someone dies, and so you can shoot a flare off to make a trap where like you try to get someone that's coming over to scavenge your body or something and kill them while they're coming over to you. Or I've seen it where someone like got to a shootout with somebody and they ducked behind a bush and the guy shot in their direction, and after the bullets went, he shot off a flare and the guy thought he had killed the dude, and the other guy that shot the flare just went up and killed him when he walked around. I was like, that's so cool. I just think the game gives you a lot of tools to just play in this this playground of like exploration and stuff. There's also a bunch of hidden places in hidden areas like find and explore. Like I found like a generator that like requires you to have like 3 or 4 arc power cells, and you need to go in and like do these different like puzzles and like what's it called, platforming jumps to like get to all of them, which was really interesting.
Which the game does not have that crazy of platforming. Like,
it doesn't.
It's rough. It feels like Dark Souls 1 platforming, probably.
Yeah. It's just good. Like it's a great like cycle loop. I don't know why Tyler and I haven't played it. Probably because we've been fucking traveling every other time we had time.
Yeah, Joe. I'll tell you about that in a sec.
Oh, okay.
After Amina said.
Okay.
What's happening?
But yeah, Arc Raider's good.
A fun tidbit about this game is they gave out, like, was it earlier this year or was it late last year? They had like a pre-alpha test for it.
We had you got to be part of it because I saw you at one point.
The game has not changed drastically since then, meaning they've been polishing this shit for a while, and
they've been making it for like
very
7
well
years,
polished. Yeah,
I think
it's good, and it's not full price. It's $40. So
okay, yeah, that's also true.
If you pay $60, your cock gets a cowboy hat.
I have a cowboy hat. I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, you should get your cock a cowboy hat. So
It's just a fun visual.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm putting it in the thumbnail. Putting a picture of our cocks with cowboy hats.
Okay, when should I send you mine, or?
No, it's on Google. I'll just get it.
Well, you've been trying to get this out of me for a while, and it is podcast 101. I guess you deserve it at this point.
Willer would not. No, y'all know this story, right?
No.
This is not
Willer would
true.
adamantly, on our trip to Japan, not go to the onsen with me.
He's lying to you!
He's like, I'm not gonna get naked around my friends. I'm like, dude,
he's lying to you!
Dude, wait, was it just because it was a one-on-one thing, or like if we all went in there?
No, it would have been all 3 of us.
Stop giving this any credence. We were gonna do it, but Kelly didn't want to go to an onsen with us. You didn't tell him that part, did ya? You were gonna see my penis. I remember
that part.
Yeah.
I was so upset by y'all not letting me see it.
We were gonna go to one, but she was like, okay, but we're gonna wear bathing suits. And we're like, that's not what we do.
No.
That's not how that works.
Send with you.
Thanks, Bradley. Let's go. Now, you know what? I'm going to show you around because I'm going to speak the language.
Good. I need it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, I need it. Okay. What is Riftbound? Who is Riftbound?
Bradley and I.
Ooh. That's
the card game.
It's the League of Legends card game, and our office is kind of obsessed with it because we have a lot of League players.
Dude, it's okay. It's cool and cringe at the same time. Let's talk about why it's cool. Bradley?
Great conversation. Why is it cringe?
Oh, we lost him.
No, okay, so here's everything that's cool about it. So here's everything that's cringe about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've played Legends of Runeterra for a couple of years. I kind of fell off more recently.
Whoa, wait a minute. There was a League card game already.
That's right. That's the digital card game. And, like, obviously, like, Riftbound plays very differently than Legends of Runeterra just because there's so much stuff you can do in a digital card game that you can't do in a physical one. But they did borrow, like, the art of most of the cards because like it's already made. And some of the characters do almost the same thing they do in the digital card game. Like Lux has like a similar activation condition. It's like play a spell that costs a certain amount. So what's different is in Legends of Runeterra, which has been around, the digital one, your goal is, it's kind of like Hearthstone. You're attacking your opponent directly and you're trying to get their health down. In Riftbound, this new physical one that just came out, at the start, you can play 1v1 or you can do like a free-for-all format. Each player puts a location out, and by capturing or holding locations, you gain points, and you win when you get a certain number of points.
Yeah.
That sounds like Marvel Snap, right? Or
Kind of.
Yeah.
Sounds snappish.
Yeah.
Marvel Snap's really bluff based. It sounds honestly like Lorcana. Lorcana is a focus on the playing cards to get points.
I see where the cringe part is now.
How does Lorcana work exactly? Do they have places like that?
Yes, they have locations. I'm not exactly how it 100% works, but you also have like 3 different stats. You have your health stat, you have your attack stat, and you have your questing stat. And you can send your characters to quests rather than to attack, and that will generate points. And you use your characters to attack the other player's characters to stop them from questing.
The most common method is using your characters to quest for lore. This is a character's primary function beyond challenging opponents.
Yep.
It's like they removed a step. Like you don't send them to quest or challenge. It's like you just send them to a lane to challenge, and then you hold the lane and you win the points.
Right. Gotcha. Interesting.
It is more similar to Lorcana, which that is where I'm kind of like, I don't really like the point system. I'm not super crazy about it, but it is just an arbitrary thing to end a game. But I have been playing, so I've done a few one-on-one matches. This game is very fun with 3 to 4 players, in my opinion.
That's the thing. Most games, like I was talking about that Dice Throne tournament earlier, and I don't really like Dice Throne as anything other than a 1v1. This game, I might prefer playing with multiple people over a 1v1.
I like playing with 3 people exactly, because in a 1v1, you only get 2 lanes, but in a 3 and 4 person game, you get 3 lanes. And it's just kind of nice to have that third option available. Like, I kind of wish there was something about the seasonal aspect of the TCG. Like, say, hey, we're going to have Season 1 be during this box set and this box set. Great. Every time you're at a tournament, there should be, like, a third lane that the company assigns to the meta and then both players bring their own lane as well. So like it just feels weird, like the absence of a third lane, at least in a 1v1 aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a very personal complaint that I don't know if anyone else will share in the world, but here it is from me. Because I don't fault Riot at all for doing this. This is what's going to make the game successful. It's what's going to make the money. It's a very similar complaint that I have with Zelda lately, where it's like every new fucking thing that comes out is Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild was so good, guys, right?
Oh, is it Arcane?
It whether it's the digital card game or I don't know, to a degree 2XKO, but also this game. They gotta make it all about Arcane. All the first set champs gotta have all the Echo and Jink, like all your favorites, guys.
I will say, outside of the selection, Arcane is very much like League, not Arcane. 2XKO is very much League focused, not Arcane focused. Aside from of course they're gonna pick the popular ones, but also Echo's always been popular. That's why they're in fucking Arcane. Jinx has always been popular.
Lux has always been popular. Annie's always been popular.
And so the thing is, like, I don't know. Obviously, I think they front-loaded set 1 with characters who also were in Arcane, and I can't fault them for that because, frankly, I think Arcane breathed some new life into League. I don't really know where it was going before that and all the new games they started releasing came out. So, like, I mean, good for them. I'm just like, I think I'm just salty. I want more characters I actually like. Of the set 1 champions, the only character that I'm like super in love with is Lux, and I think she's
Surprise.
inarguably at the bottom of the tier list.
Yeah. Meanwhile, set 2 actually has, I think, a lot of the favorite League of Legends characters. They've got Fiora, Rumble, Irelia, Azir, Lucian, Sivir, Draven, I think I said him. But also, then they've got like Renata Glask, which is like a super interesting pick. I did not think they would pull.
I'm proud of them for that.
I know.
Does this game have leaders, or do you base it on?
Yeah.
Okay. Or is it commander style, like you have a main card kind of thing?
A little bit of both. So you have a leader that is like, you'll choose like Jinx, okay? That leader is red purple, and each deck is dual color. So every deck is dual color, and it defines what they do. But it's hard to. So you choose like Jinx as your leader, and then that's your legend. Is that right, Bradley?
Yeah, you choose your legend, and then
you have a champion unit. That goes in your main deck, and you get to start the game with it on, like in position to be summoned to the board.
But your leader doesn't have like an effect; it has a color pool.
It does.
Oh, okay.
It also has like a passive. It's a passive effect, like One Piece leaders. Some are kind of active. Like Victor's is like you just tap him to summon a 1/1 token to the field. And that's like his entire shtick.
But you also get the commander main card at the start of game.
Yes, but you do have to summon it to the field like any other unit.
Okay, it just goes to your hand no matter what at the start of game.
Yeah, it's like in an open field hand at the start of the game.
It goes into your Pokemon bench at the start of the game.
Yeah,
I got there.
That's how Commander works. Is you have something called Command Zone, and that's where your guy lives.
Yeah, so you put your commander next to your legend, and then. But here's the cool thing about it. So each champion has like 2 different variants. So like there's a red Jinx and there's a purple Jinx, and both of them do different things. And you can put them both in your deck, and you can choose which one to start the game with, as long as it's Jinx. So like if you're going against like a different deck where you need to be more aggressive at the start, you can choose the red Jinx. But if you like are gonna play a longer game, you can choose the purple Jinx.
It's sort of like recently in One Piece, Emu choosing which stage.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Exactly that. Bradley, anything else? I'll keep talking about it.
I just gotta say, this is kind of different per character, but I think whenever it comes to card games, I like whenever the character's effects like thematically fit what that character does in their source material. And I feel like they're kind of doing a good job with that here, because like Annie, for example, she'll return spent spells back to her hand, and it's like, oh, well, in League, if you get a last hit with your spell, you can immediately cast it again. Or in the upcoming set with Irelia, she has conditions to reset herself and then move to a different location, and it's like, oh, that's like in League. If you satisfy conditions, you can immediately dash again. So I don't know. I think they're doing a pretty good job with that.
Then the next set, like Draven is like, if you kill a unit, you get a gold token card that gives you more mana for that turn. So like he kind of scales up with that, which is kind of neat. I'm excited for that second set. There's a couple of problems right now. So like it's brand new and it's really popular. So this game is exorbitantly overpriced.
Yep.
Dude, you will go on like riftbound.gg, look at almost any deck, and the price for making that deck is like $600.
Whoa!
Yeah. So, like a bottom tier deck to make is like $600. It's insane. The best deck in the game is Kai'Sa. It runs 3 $76 cards, and her champion spell, it runs 3 $65 cards. And then it runs another spell, which this should not exist in any card game in this method. It runs 3 $100 spell cards. So like these are like high hell Yu-Gi-Oh prices.
Yeah, even if the game wasn't overpriced, I don't really have card game money right now, so I'm just rocking the Victor starter deck.
That's exactly what I have too, Bradley. Like, I look at this and I'm just like, it's not affordable, so I don't really want to engage with it. We have a couple people at our office that are spending like $600 to $900 on it, and
Oh yeah.
like are buying heavily scalped
This
items.
is set one. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Because I'm like, chill. There hasn't even been the first big tournament for this yet. After that, it'll probably like.
It kind of hurts me internally, because like this is their first card game, but they're very excited, and I'm like, that's great, but like, it's a negative feedback loop because even though you're buying singles, it's all scalped prices.
They haven't been burned yet. They'll learn, Tyler.
I know. That's why I'm saying it in the privacy of our public YouTube channel that nobody listens to.
Until one day they do, and then you got some shit to answer to.
Hey,
young man.
I announced my own engagement months before it happened. I think I'm
Yeah.
serious.
It's so true.
That's
This
one of
is
the
also-
best bits.
Yeah.
Now, at least for the future of this game, there is one card I'm pretty fucking confident is going to get banned. It's called Time Warp. It's meant to be used with Echo. It kind of lets you bypass a win condition of the game.
Yep.
So you gain points by capturing or holding locations. However, if capturing a location, you cannot capture a location to gain the final point because holding a location is harder than capturing one.
You can capture a location to gain the final point.
I thought that was the whole point. Is that I thought that was the whole point. Is you have to either hold. You either have to capture all three or hold one at the start of your turn.
Yeah, you can capture if you own 2 lanes and you capture the third one for the 8th point, you win.
Yeah, you can do that, but you can't just capture like a rando.
In a 1v1 though, it's pretty much each player is gonna dominate 1 point.
Yeah, but the intent behind this rule is to like kind of give everybody in the game a last stand. It's like you're 1 point from winning. You're supposed to try to like either hold out or dominate the entire field, and so the fact like you're meant to hold to get that last point is like, just give everybody one last turn, one last chance to knock you off your throne. Time Warp lets you immediately take another turn. And so if you're already sitting on a location, you can just play Time Warp and you can kind of bypass all that and just immediately get your next point because, it's the start of a new turn and I'm holding a location, so I get this point. And it's not just for the last point. I think there's a way you can swing this to like
gain 3 points.
Get the last like 3 points in a row and like skip half the game.
Yeah. So it's a little unfair. And like it's super interesting because I talked about this with our coworkers because our coworkers are really excited about this, but nobody bought Time Warp, but we know about it. And I was like, yeah, there's another card game called One Piece that has this exact same mechanic. Because like they were like, I don't see how taking another turn could ever be fair. And I was like, let me provide you this great example of another better TCG.
With Gear 5 Luffy?
Yeah. Like, okay, so imagine if Gear 5 Luffy said, if your opponent has 1 health or less,
you win.
At the start of their turn, you win the game. And
so you do your turn, you get to attack them, then you start the next turn and auto win.
Also, the Luffy leader says, if a card says -10 Dawn, you only actually -2.
Crazy.
Yeah. So that's how crazy Time Warp is. Because
I mean, if I had a nickel for every current game that's being ruined by Echo, I'd have 2, which isn't a lot, but it's crazy. Coincidence.
Yeah.
Yes, Echo is also a pain in the ass in 2XKO. He just got nerfed tomorrow.
Good.
It's gonna happen, but yeah, funny.
But I don't know. I'm excited for the future of this game.
To be honest, the game does have a lot of fun mechanics. It is very fun casually. I wish I could build more decks, like casual bad decks, but I can't even build bad decks because I'm outpriced by them. Like, building a bottom tier deck still is like $200.
There's a thing Tyler really likes to do, which is like build a bunch of like middle range decks so he can just like teach the game to people, and he does this with One Piece pretty often. But
It's fun.
it's not possible if it's this pricey.
It's not, and it's like I really like playing mid range tier decks because like obviously it's very fun to tell like what the best deck in the game is, but like playing these middle like and Willer and I are doing this right now. We're both being on the One Piece sim playing like very middle tier decks, and we're having so much fun going back and forth because it's like no one is really aggressing a lot over the other. They're all very close.
It's
matches,
nice when the power level is in the same
Close.
spot. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's difficult, you know, with this game. The people who made this obviously love Magic the Gathering. They did update the mana system in this game, so you do have a mana deck. It is 2 different colors to support each one of the colors in the deck. There's cool things you can do to balance around that because every color basically does something called cycling, and that's where you return mana back to your mana deck to cast spells and play certain characters. But it's like you have to have that color available on the board. So like if you play a red and blue deck, but it like probably say 80% of your cards only send red mana back to the deck, then you can play like 8 red mana and 4 blue mana. So you don't have to be like an even 6-6 split, which it's interesting in that department. But this game is not worse than Gundam. I'll say it's a lot better than the last like 3 TCGs that I've played, other than One Piece. You can still just have mana in this game and nothing to do with it.
From what I hear, it feels like you need to give Gundam another try. By the way, it seems like you had a weirdly negative experience.
Gundam was not good. Like we played meta decks, and I was like, I'm just top decking to play vanillas to win the game. It felt like I was playing like base set Yu-Gi-Oh.
I shudder at the thought.
Yeah. This game, I feel like struggles. Like maybe I'm building like the structure decks wrong, you know, because you can take cards in and out. But it's like there's definitely turns where it's like, oh, I can't do anything because I don't have the right color because I just got bad luck, or I mulliganed and I still didn't see any low cost cards. Okay, cool. I can't do anything. So I guess it's still learning the game, you know. But like my like Jinx champion, like if you play someone like Victor, you can do something every turn. It's like I'm gonna summon a token. That's great. You play a deck like Jinx where it's like if you have 1 or less cards in your hand, draw an additional card. And I'm like, cool, I can't fucking play anything, so I'm drawing cards and doing the exact opposite of what my leader's supposed to be doing. Like having a great time. So yeah, it's mid right now. I think it's definitely just a lot of hype of people that like League of Legends still and heavily scalped product. So yeah, that's it.
Cool.
Thanks for looking forward to playing with you more, Bradley.
Hell yeah.
Joe, you have been reading The Blade itself. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this has come up before.
I mentioned it on my last podcast. I had started it. I finished it about a week after that.
I'm so excited to hear about this because I've heard some legendary things about this book.
So here's the thing about The Blade itself. Hang on 1 second, actually.
He's got to prep for this one.
Yeah, hold on. One second. What's okay? The thing about The Blade itself is that it incites to deeds of violence. Is the quote from Homer in which this book's title is based from. And I totally get that. I think as a theme of the book about how this like cyclical cycle of violence. The thing is there nothing happens in this book plot wise. Like I finished the book and I could not tell you like what the overall major conflict of the book was.
This seems great so far.
Yeah, so it's like it was just so interesting and concerned, like it's just so interesting the way it was constructed. That being said, this book is fucking incredible.
Okay. You got me. You got me in the first
Yeah,
half.
I was blown away, like, with the fact that, like, oh, I don't know, like, it's hard to describe. The biggest thing that carries this book is its characters. Um, like, they are just so well done, and they each have their own motivations. And the Joe Abercrombie is obviously setting up this to be a trilogy series. So this first book is a lot of setup and just exploration of this world, and kind of like what are these characters all about.
This is still a first book, then. That's
Yes, this is the first book
Ground
of the Blade
floor.
Self trilogy. Yeah, and so like it's I don't want to like spoil the whole book, obviously, right? But it's so hard to like talk about the book without like mentioning the ending and where it goes to. The ending of the book basically is like our group of heroes have to go on a quest, and that's basically all I can really say more than that. But like each of them is like has their own personal motivations, obviously, like every other book itself. Um, but the way that the characters are constructed are just so, let's see, like we have a barbarian character who is very reluctant to kill people, for example. Like they are someone that is just trying to avoid violence and like shed themselves of this like life of like warfare and bloodshed. um and they're now, that being said, if someone punches them, they're fucking dead. Like he crushes a man's skull with his one hand, and he has this like soft side to him that he's trying to develop and get used to. And then you have this fucking wizard who dresses like Hank Hill from King of the Hill, and like is just talking mad shit all the time, and you're like, this guy's a jackass. And then he blows up a whole house by pointing at it. Like it's like, what
What's
the
the
fuck
is
is
this like contemporary or what's the word I'm looking for? The setting is like
It's definitely like fantasy. I would say it's like, so I did some research. There's a sequel series to this trilogy, that is industrial revolutionary like setting wise.
Okay, so I got confused earlier. It made it seem like only one book had come out, but we're already on a
No,
sequel
no.
series. Okay.
There's like 9 books in this
But
series.
you're saying this like fantasy, like high fantasy, or
Yes,
it's contemporary is
very-
not the word I'm looking for, but it's not that
Yeah.
anyways.
It's high fantasy. Like first, like there's people doing magic and shit. Like in the second chapter, one of the characters literally like lights a fire and starts talking to fucking ghosts like it's no big deal. But it's really hard to like explain this book because I feel like I don't know enough about the series as a whole and the setting as a whole. But I'm so intrigued to learn more. The one character I can talk about though is Inquisitor Glocker. Inquisitor Glocker can be summed up in 3 lines of text, which is step, drag, pain. Step, drag, pain. As that is his entire life as he moves from one place to the other. He is an Inquisitor within like this country called the Union, which is a bunch of like cities, states that have come together. And he is just a fucking awful man. Like he revels in the interrogation of like the individuals. Like his opening scene is him like anticipating the torture that he's putting this character through, and his whole life is step drag pain because he himself was interrogated by this Inquisition. His 2 front teeth were ripped out from his mouth, and he was given a lame leg, and so he has to like drag his left leg everywhere he goes, basically. And this is probably my favorite character of the entire story. Like he is just so interesting because like he does enjoy this torture aspect of his like life, but there's a sense of justice within him that is just like, I decided to join this establishment that ruined my life for a reason, and I'm really keen to figure out what that is.
Ooh.
And I think the other thing that really pulled me into this is this happens to do with the there's an audiobook, right? So it's like part of the acting of it, but I'm pretty sure the way it's written, all of his internal thoughts are like written very eloquently, very, very like intuitive, very much just like very thoughtful, and a lot of like tactical reasoning of what everything that is going on. But when he speaks, he has a lisp and he talks very simply because he can't say much large words anymore because his teeth have been ripped out. So his thought patterns and his speaking patterns are completely different.
Oh, I like that.
And so it's like when you're sitting here and you're listening to the book and he starts whistling while he's talking, you're like, this guy sounds like a fucking yokel. But he is an inquisitor of extreme intelligence and is using that to his advantage, which I really, really like. Another character is Baez, who's the wizard. Absolutely fucking cutting individual. Just is working like 4 steps ahead of everyone in this entire book.
But is dressed like Hank Hill in a fantasy setting.
Yeah,
that's why
yes.
I asked. I'm very confused here.
Yes, like when you get introduced to him and the thought process of the first character to me is Logan Ninefingers, who's this barbarian character, who is being chased by Shankers, which I thought was really funny. He runs into he finds like Baez's like wizard conclave, and he walks in there. He's like, "Oh, I'm so excited to meet Baez!" Like he's gonna have a big fucking wizard robe, and he's gonna like he maps out what he thinks a wizard should be, and he meets him, and he's literally barbecuing in the middle of the castle square basically for his like students. And he's just like, "What are you doing here?" But he's a character that's incredibly old within this setting and knows so much. And there's a scene in which like you get a glimpse into what his motivations are, or what he's trying to accomplish. And it's through a very casual conversation with a guy, a tailor that does primarily costuming for the theater. And so he goes up there and he's just like, they're like, "Oh, we're putting on a play. The play is going to be Baez returns from the north and takes his seat on the council of the king. I need a wizard's robe outfit," kind of a thing. And that's the only way you kind of delve into his mind in the entire book, because he's not like a focal perspective of the book, but like a side perspective of every individual character. And he's pretty much like his other actions are the opposite of what you think a wizard should be. And I really like that. And then there's another character. I cannot remember what his name is, but he's like this highborn noble that is like participating in this fencing tournament. So there's also a tournament arc in the middle of this book, by the way, that's really fun. So let's see. His name is Giselle. Giselle is this officer within the military. He's very young, and he is like participating in this like fencing tournament, and he is down bad for this one low-born girl, like horrendously down bad. And he also has these dreams of like conquests and like just like being able to like be a high ranked officer, but he also just really likes this girl. He also does not like, to like actually have responsibilities. So he's very much like a very naive individual. He has one really good thought at the end of the book that ties in together him and Logan's themes of their story that I really, really liked. I know this is a whole lot of nothing, but like I just want to emphasize that like the purpose of this book is really to develop these characters and get you a sense of like who they are, and just kind of like be on their side and understand what they're going through, and like try to like understand like how they fit within like this setting. And the setting itself, like I can't really describe it because we know so little about it. The most we know at this point is that it takes place in the Union, which is like this country of small city states. There's a country to the north called the Northlands that has just been taken over by a barbarian king, and there's a country in the south known as, I think, Groska or something like that. But like they are another like large empire, but they're on like very tumultuous like relations with the Union. And the other thing is that there was apparently a Dark Lord that lived in the capital of the city hundreds of years ago that Baez killed. And that's all you have to really go off of, like what the fuck's going on. And so I Really enjoyed this book a lot. I'm really keen to see what's more of it. I think the writing that Joe Abercrombie has is like it reminds me a little bit of Ken Liu, where there are times where he uses such simple sentence structure and language that it speaks so much more volumes than what's actually being said. And I really, really like that a lot. But I don't want to recommend it because I don't know where the fuck this story is going, but I just want more of it. That's all I know.
Surprised you haven't finished book 2 in the 5 weeks since you finished book 1.
So currently, I am reading All That They See and Seem, written by Ken Liu, who wrote the Dandelion Dynasty. That's a much shorter book. I've just been haven't listened to it a lot recently because I've just been moving all around and traveling. So I haven't been able to, basically for this book, I sat down and I painted for 4 or 5 hours, and I was able to run through this book and everything. But I have not had such luck with this current book I'm reading. That book is not the Dandelion Dynasty, but that's okay, I think.
Damn.
But that's what I'm currently reading. I'll probably pick up the second book for this series.
Ken Liu fell off.
I wouldn't say fall off, but I think the Dandelion Dynasty is his magnum opus, and I don't think he's gonna top that.
Don't take my rage bait too seriously. I'm just joking.
Yeah. That being said, I really, really enjoyed this book a lot. When I finish the second book, I should have a better idea of what I think about the setting and series as a whole and know what the fuck's going on. But I don't know. It's really, really good. I think if you have interest in it, you should definitely give it a read. I think you should read the first 2 or 3 chapters if you have it on hand and see what you think. Because
it's even without knowing where the rest of the series goes, it's still worth peeking at.
Yeah, it's there's Baez is this great monologue about swords and how much a sword can speak compared to an axe or a mace, because the way it can be rested on your hilt, it could be slightly drawn, it could be drawn out, it could be pointed. Ooh. And it kind of breaks down it provides so much character work for Baez, and he's talking about a sword, and it's so good. But yeah, that's the blade itself, really, really good. Excited to read more of it later.
Lovely. Okay, I'm actually gonna jump in here because I think the next topic requires Tyler. I think he stepped away for a sec. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna talk about Pokemon Legends Z to A.
I want to know what you think.
The third option out of our 4 that we're gonna get this year to play on the Nintendo Switch 2. I really like this game. It's just a good time. Very different of an experience to a normal Pokemon game, but that's kind of what I wanted this to be. The Legends games tend to focus a lot on, well, I don't know. Legends Arceus focused a lot on catching, not so much on battling. This actually has a pretty big battle focus. In fact, the entire structure of the story is also going up ranks in a tournament kind of setting, so it's very battle oriented that way. But it's got a new battle system, which I was keen to see how it would play out, where it's an action RPG now, where you're walking around in real time, your Pokemon follows you on a preset, not so great AI, and then you command it to do moves on cooldowns, not PP or anything like that, or any turn-based mechanic. Depending on the move, it'll have a certain cooldown. So, for example, something like a Quick Attack or Aqua Jet has the shortest possible 3-second. And then your Pokemon speed cuts down that cooldown up to a certain amount, is how I understand it. But, the moves have different ranges that they're good at and different travel speeds depending. Bubble Beam lingers for a while and travels pretty slow and goes kind of far. And then, you got your physical moves that if you walk out of range out of them, the Pokemon won't chase you down too much. But at the end of the day, the Pokemon battle system is just... There's no matching the turn-based battle system that they have in the mainline games. And I know it's not for everyone, but to me, it's one of the deepest RPG combat systems ever created. And it just keeps getting crazier every release. And if you don't think it is, go watch a Wolfie VGC competitive video of him doing a tournament run and just the heavy amount of time that goes into team building and executing, and like the number of different plays he can make at any time. Even with all the RNG that happens in Pokemon, it's just a insanely deep game, and not just like. So you don't have abilities in this game, which is a big part of it. So your Pokemon is just at the end of the day a collection of stats, a move set, but they share a lot of moves depending on types and then the typing. So it's like it's hard for something like a Sableye that lives and dies by its ability, or I don't know something. There's some Pokemon that like set gravity, which is like a really weird and niche command. I don't know. I don't even know if Trick Room's in this game, for example. So like there's a lot of like things that are missing when you strip down the combat system and remove those gimmicks.
I've watched Amy play a shitload of this. I haven't played it myself, so I have light opinions on this, but probably not as authoritative as yours because you've actually fucking played a shitload of it. But,
authoritative, actually, not a shitload because I was playing a lot of Yotei. I'll throw that out there. I played like 18 hours, but having a good time so far.
And so like there were a couple aspects of this game I found myself disappointed with watching it, but the combat was not one of them. It's pretty cool to watch in action. But I get what you're saying, like, it's cool, but not cool in a way that you wish the core Pokemon games were like this, because that would mean throwing away a system they've been refining for decades.
Like, for this game, I'm cool with it. It's different. I like it. I would never want something like this to replace the mainline games. This is my main takeaway.
At least, like, within the context of these games, it was really cool, and it made me wish they were leaning into it even harder, because it looked like positioning can be important to a degree. I wish it was even more important.
I agree. What they need is you need to be able to give your Pokemon commands, and depending on their nature, depends on how quickly they will respond to like aggressive commands or like defensive commands. Kind of like just positioning based commands on top of your attacking commands, because they will. You as a trainer can walk away, and the Pokemon will pretty soon start following you. But you don't really know what path they're going to take. It's going to happen after they do whatever move they were doing. It's not precise. And at the same time, it shouldn't be precise because you're controlling a wild creature, and it's like your synergy with them. It shouldn't be easy to do. But, you know, there's a lot more they can do if they want to keep moving forward. And I think they should. They should keep this for all future Legends games and keep like advancing on this combat system.
Because like I imagine they're going to keep going on Legends.
Which so Legends Arceus had no PvP. This has a PvP, and it's actually kind of an important part of the game because, much to some people's chagrin, you have to play the PvP to get some of like the Mega Stones, which I will touch on Megas in a second, but yeah, a lot of people don't like that. I played a little bit of the PvP, but it does scale all your Pokemon to 50, so I could be doing it now that I have, like, Pokemon with moves, but optimally, like, you want to at least EV train them and have, like, a good move set on all your guys. And most interesting about the PvP, it's four-person free-for-all. You're not fighting one person. You're thrown in one of the combat arenas that are sprinkled throughout the city, and it's whoever can get the most KOs in the allotted amount of time. So it's really like it's kind of fun, but it's also just complete nonsense. Like, it's not something you should take that seriously, but it is a neat little novelty mode that I think is pretty neat. So that aside, what the game is you're in a big city. During the day, you're going to the wild zones, which are little locations throughout the city, which the layouts of them and, like, the biomes of them are more varied than I thought they'd be, especially considering how, like, bland some of the, as much as I like Gen 9, the open world has, like, and it has, like, some very whatever looking areas. Like, this game looks much prettier than any of the other Switch Pokemon games.
That's the thing. It's a big graphical upgrade. But yeah, what you were saying, this city, which it's based on Lumiose City, or it just is Lumiose City.
Yeah, from right? Gen 6, yeah.
Yeah, and so the idea here is that this is a city where, like all Pokemon cities, people in Pokemon are trying to live in harmony, but there are, like, distinct wild zones that are for the Pokemon where they just run free, act like they would in the wild, spread throughout the city. And I think the villain faction, their whole deal is, like, we should break the borders and just fucking, let just let them run free. Now, one of the complaints I did kind of have with this game was with the environment. I felt like they could have leaned even harder in this direction because, to me, a lot of the wild zones, which are meant to be these, wild areas where Pokemon are running free, holy shit, a lot of them still feel manicured and look like an area that was meant for humans to be in.
So
I kind of wish they genuinely looked like miniature wildernesses in the middle of the city, like parts.
The thing is, this actually works narratively, and I think the narrative is maybe the main strength of the game. Funny enough, it's like not usually what you expect out of a Pokemon game, because they only recently, like the Lumiose like Pokemon project that they're doing is a recent thing that they've been trying out. So you can feel the urban sprawl of like, this is still an area that used to be a street and we retrofitted it so Pokemon can like kind of grow and live here. So it's got this nice blend of like grassy patches and like ponds and all these things, but it's still very much contained within a city. So it's still got the relics of like, this used to be a street. People walked in all the time. And I actually think it kind of works as like a environmental storytelling, that it's not quite fully a wild area.
No, I guess that makes sense a little bit. Like if they're recent and like they are, like if they are being built from a city instead of the city being built around existing wild areas, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So it's nice. The Pokemon in the wild areas have like some distinct things. Like there's one little wild area that has a bunch of Spinneracks on a wall. So you turn the corner and just see them. It's a little bit scary. Like you've never seen that many Spinneracks just chilling on a wall and they're consistently there. I'm doing my usual like my new way to play, which is like get a big randomized team and then constantly switch out and then count your KOs. Game's not that difficult so far. But you do have to kind of engage with the mega mechanics, so I don't usually, as more of a difficulty thing, I like all the gimmicks in these regions, but to make it things harder on myself, I prefer to not use them, and then it's like the enemy, that's like a thing the enemies can do, and I have to work around it. You kind of have to use megas, or at least like, not necessarily maybe use megas, but engage with the mega energy system to power up your moves, because one of the things that happens in this game is rogue megas are appearing in the city from time to time, and they're like big raid bosses that you have to fight, and they take like no damage if you're not engaging with the mega system. So you do have to do some of that. As for the megas themselves, so first of all, I've never liked Mega Evolution. I think that's my least favorite gimmick, which is the complete opposite of 99.999% of all Pokemon players. They fucking get off to megas like crazy. I think they're
it's
bad.
Like, let's take a small handful of Pokemon, make them objectively the best, and also make it so you always know what your opponent's going to do.
And then only one person on your team can be the mega, and they have to be holding the item. So it's like, all right, those restrictions invalidate 95% of all mega. So claps, good job. I'm so excited. Maynatric got a mega that will never be usable or good. It's because you're just gonna use Mega Salamence or whatever the fuck, or Gengar. So it's not to mention, I just don't think megas are that interesting looking. Because hot take, Gigantamax forms are way more interesting.
Way better.
Because they go crazy with like the differences in a Gmax form, while like they get kind of stupid with some of the megas.
Also, every Pokemon can Gigantamax. Even Applin.
They can all Dynamax, and then they can all Gmax, which is what they've been doing. It's like you get a new form for some of them, but everyone can engage with the system. And it's like, sorry, your Swellows doesn't have a Mega, so it doesn't really get that big power spike. Also, again, not having abilities takes away from what makes Megas even interesting to begin with, which is like you get to change your ability after you hit the field, so...
Also, Mega Pokemon are the only result of a Tier 0 format in Pokemon competitive.
I don't know if that's true.
It is. Wolfie said so himself.
Okay, then it's true.
Yeah. It was Mega Salamence meta with Xerneas during Pokemon X.
Oh, true.
The big six, as they called them: Kangaskhan, Salamence,
Oh,
Xerneas,
fucking Kangaskhan.
Groudon, Primal.
Exactly. Like, you're gonna see like 4 megas represented in a meta because it's too rigid of a system. But then also, like, the megas I have seen, Mega Drampa, incredible. Mega Victory Bell's all right. Victory Bell's part of my team, so
Isn't he like kinky?
I don't know about that.
Isn't he like that? You know, because like it's a little bit of tie yourself up around the certain body part. And,
oh shit! Yeah, he's got the autoerotic asphyxiation going on.
I mean, I don't think we can say that anymore.
I guess the Gen Z's not kink positive anymore. It's true,
dude. It's not Gen Z's fault. It's the fucking corporations, man. Like, you can't even say.
Yeah, man.
What do they have to say now? And like they eliminated themselves or something.
Unalived. I think that's different.
Yeah, unalived. No. The reason we say that is because it is censored on like YouTube and Google.
Yeah, but you can say autoerotic asphyxiation. I think we're okay. I think we're alright.
I don't know.
Unless
it might be too suicidal.
Okay. Whoa. Can't be saying that.
Yeah. Oh, the big S. I said the S word.
The big S.
Autoerotic asphyxiation is niche enough that like they haven't even made the filter for it.
Yeah, they're not. They don't know ball yet. So
they don't know about CP.
Whoa. I think they know about CP. First of all, our president knows about CP.
I'm talking about
quite
combat
well.
Points, y'all.
Yeah, our president plays a lot of strategy RPGs, so he knows about CP really well.
Plays a lot of Warhammer.
Tyler was talking about combat points. That's our fault for going there.
That's me.
Yeah.
That's on me, guys. I saw Mega Starmie. That shit is such a shit post.
Oh my god.
Have y'all seen Mega Starmie? Let me just...
I can imagine how that went down in the studio. They're like, y'all, what if we just did this? And everybody went, this is gonna be fucking hilarious.
I'm of two minds of it. It's a wasted slot. At the same time, look at this unit. He's just long.
Yeah, I've seen this.
So I don't know all of them, which is fun. I've seen these starters. Mega Feraligatr is almost so cool. So let me show you.
I like Mega Feraligatr. I like that one.
You might.
That one's not bad.
I think you've seen. Have you seen them all? I'm guessing at this point.
I think I have seen. Like, I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but if you say it, I won't be surprised by it probably.
So Mega Feraligatr looks like this. And the problem is, I think this is really cool. He has like these like armor pieces and long noodly arms that becomes a giant Totodile mouth. That's kind of cute. It's fun, and it's like it's very different. Also, like this feels mega-ish to me because it's like ridiculous, right? As opposed to like kind of shitposty. Like that's almost G-Max Starmie kind of vibes. The problem is his hoodie is always flipped up. So he actually looks like this 95% of the time. Because like he only clamps into that form when he's doing attacks. That's such a missed opportunity. All the Gen 6 starters got Megas. From what I've seen, they all look good. Mega Emboar looks cool. Mega Meganium might be the winner out of like the starters. And Greninja looks really cool too. So that's all I know so far from the new ones. I'm sure there's like a bunch of other new ones I'll run into.
There is one of my favorite Pokemon got a new Mega form.
Which Pokemon is it? I'll ask.
You'll ask? Frostlass.
Mega Frostlass, sick. Okay.
It's so dude. It's so
fucking
sick.
All right, I won't peep it, but I will react to Bradley's reaction.
Hold on, I'll give you a reaction gasp. Let me see this. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
All right. So, I've always said this. Pokemon doesn't really miss with creature design. Like, there's some that are stinkers, but for the most part, I think all the gens add, like, really cool stuff.
Dude.
But it is a bummer, though, because, like, there are no new Pokemon in this game, which, to be fair, same with Legend Arceus. But it is nice, even if a Dex only has, like, 70 new ones.
Not true. Legends Arceus did make new Pokemon.
No, wait, that's not true at all. Yeah, Legends Arceus are like 14 new Pokemon that were all bangers because they were like paradox forms basically of existing Pokemon. So we don't even get that. We just get the fucking Megas, which you don't even get to use all the time.
Do they even change the typing of any of the Pokemon?
Megas do. Just
but
not
do
abilities.
any of the Megas in this game?
I don't know because I don't know them.
I'm looking at it, and it looks like no.
I think for Alligator is Dragon. Yeah, he is.
Might be the only one.
It's in the screenshot that I posted, so there you go.
Yeah, that might be the only one.
But anyway, so I was saying I actually quite like the story and characters. Like we're still not at Pokemon getting voice acting, but I've never been like too huffy about that. Though I wish the cutscenes that are cutscenes had voice acting. That's my one pet peeve.
They can't afford that.
No, they can't.
Only small studio, only big giant studios like Digimon can afford that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Dude,
to be fair, it takes Digimon like 8 years to make a game, which is what should be happening.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not 8. 8's a bit of a stretch, but
dude, I have heard I liked Legends a lot. You know this.
I don't know if you would like this one as much because it's the thing. So the thing about Legends goes very hard on the catching, not so much of the battling, but the catching. They had the best Pokedex of all time.
Which
because
it was so catching. That's why I loved. That's why I loved Arceus.
And this game doesn't have that cool Pokedex where like it has like a bunch of little grindy missions, and I like that they're grindy for each Pokemon. What it does have though is like the professor gives you a bunch of missions, which give you the incentive to go catch a bunch of shit anyways. It's just not the same structure of like, I want to complete Weedle, so I have to do like all these things to Weedle. Like I really liked that kind of thing.
Dude, I watched a lot of gameplay about it, and I don't even own a Switch 2, so I'd be playing this on Switch 1.
No, so straight up, also worth mentioning, if you don't have a Switch 2, don't buy this game. I just don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, the game just doesn't. It just doesn't, I disagree.
Well, look, let me try to unsell you on it with my only real main complaint, because honestly, like a lot of the gameplay looks really cool. The combat's fun. At watching the story, it actually has like really charming characters, I think. And it's definitely graphically a step up from like the 2 previous Pokemon games that came out before it, I think. I think my main complaint though would just be with the environment, because I know that when this game was announced, there were a lot of people who were turned off by the fact the entire game would take place just in one city, and I really wasn't. I kind of thought that was a cool, ambitious idea. Like, an open world doesn't have to be ultra giant. Like, I'm cool with the contained area as long as it's sufficient.
It's better even if it's a more contained open world, in my opinion.
It has to be sufficiently dense and interesting. I don't know if this game has that level of sufficiently dense and interesting to me. I don't know. Walking around, like, there are distinct areas and landmarks that were cool seeing them for the first time. Some areas of the city can feel a little samey. I think what might be bringing it down for me is the fact that the city, there's so few people walking around the city. Like this is based off of like one of the most metropolitan cities in the history of Pokemon, and like the way the city is constructed and the architecture and the way everything's laid out. This is a city meant for millions of people, but at any given time you look around and there's like 5 or 6 people on the street. I don't know. It feels a little abandoned to me, and it makes the environment not feel like it's living up to its potential.
That's fair. And I wish they do. There is like differences and like notable things and landmarks in the streets, but they could have made the city more engaging in general. But
because like there was like this one shopping center when Emmy first came up on it, like we went through like this tunnel and came into this big circular area, and there's like 10 different shops, and all of them have like the most banger fucking outfits I've ever seen.
The fashion in this game is so good, and so are the screen. I take so many screenshots with my Pokemon. I've never done that before.
Is Araki working at the Pokemon Company or something?
But you were saying, like, you get to that mall and there's just not a lot of people there.
So and like like graphically, this game is way better than Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet. I think there are some areas where that kind of made me roll my eyes. Where like you'll be walking up to a building and you'll see these beautiful Corinthian columns out front, and then you get closer to the building and they're just a flat texture on the face of the building, and it's like, no, y'all could have at least like given a few polygons for that. Come on.
No, man, the whole city's one model. This is how we do it, baby. But yeah, like, so also the story of this game is a direct sequel to X and Y. It's like 3 years later or whatever, or something like that. So you get to see
Yes.
all those characters again. So I ran into, like, evil, crippled Lysander, and I was like, that's pretty interesting. Like,
Dude, the fucking 3,000 years guy.
the 3,000-year guy is such a cool Pokemon character. Like,
Oh, dude, he's one of the coolest ever.
he's legit, and he's got a special floette that has like a beam cannon. It's just nice. It made me realize that like there's the Gen 6 has really good vibes, even though there's like kind of bare bone games initially. Like there's a lot of good ideas there that they're following up on now. But that's
I know a lot of people who say that they felt Gen 6 was the beginning of the downfall of Pokemon, and I was like, that was honestly like the peak of my enjoyment. Like,
it was a good time.
I loved Gen 6 and 7. Well, 6 more than 7, but
So okay, I will come back to this
6,
game
7.
and shut
Shut
the
up.
fuck up.
I should have seen it coming.
Joe, you threatened to leave this podcast because one of our commenters said 6-7. You apologize right now. It's like, I won't.
I'm
He's
sorry.
been infected.
He was right.
So, no, wait, that's not the takeaway I wanted. But, so, yeah, I will come back to this game in quickies and just give you the run around of how my run went and what I feel about the future megas I run into. Tyler,
Okay.
we watched one battle after another, and Joe, you watched it as well, so
Yes.
what y'all think of this movie? It's a movie.
I initially walked away from that movie being like, that was pretty fun. I don't know how I feel about it overall, like tone wise. I have grown to like this movie a lot more after thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
I still think there's some weird like tonal stuff that's happening in the movie. There's a lot of whiplash of tone of like, this is a really intense moment, and then we got Leonardo DiCaprio on the phone with some guy that won't give him the
Oh
password.
no, that shit's peak.
Oh, it's hilarious. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like, okay, what are we doing here sometimes? But I think overall, I really enjoyed the movie a lot, like a lot.
It's a very interesting movie and very topical, where it's like a modern revolution, and the kind of people that will join such a revolution, and all the positives and negatives that are parts of those people, especially the mom. Like, she is like the revolutionary, but she,
Yes.
much like Dragon, had to like go out and be a free spirit and be a deadbeat. That's just,
And then
it
also like
comes with the territory.
there's also the additional layer of like she kind of like betrayed her entire cause as well, when she like ousted everyone basically with their names.
Actually, that happened so early in the movie. I forgot about that. That's so fucked up. But she
Yeah,
gets
and,
caught.
like-
Yeah, she gets caught by the best character in the movie for all the most complex reasons. That guy's a
Sean
freak.
Penn.
Yeah.
That guy is crazy. But yeah, like the other thing I really like about this movie is like we have some very explicit like parallels between our like revolutionary side and our heavy government side, right? I think one of them that stands out is like the use of like code words and code names and stuff like that, and infiltration, right? Because like Leonardo DiCaprio is struggling on the phone talking to this guy because he won't give his password, and then like at the same time all the military men are speaking like codes and like routes they need to take that's very only understood by them. So I thought that was just a very interesting kind of like, maybe not on purpose, but it was something that I noted there. But also just kind of like the intensity and the like the extreme sides of everything. It's like, if you're not with us, then you are just fucking like causing the problem, whether or not you're just trying to have a life, right? Like I thought that was another like interesting note in that movie as well. But I really like the conflict overall of this movie of just the struggle to live in a world that is like constantly like oppressing you from both angles. I feel like you're never doing enough, or you are causing way too many problems.
That's a really good read on it, actually. I
yeah.
like that.
So it's like, yeah, I think it's kind of shocking that it hasn't garnered a lot more like criticism from certain sides of the political spectrum.
Maybe it has, but I thankfully missed it. That's what I.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
I could see that happening. I just.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's exhausting.
But it is exhausting. But I think it's really good. I think Leonardo DiCaprio is very stellar. He's really, really funny.
Leo is such a good actor. I don't want to hear it about his dating preferences. Okay, he's a fucking.
Let the man.
I don't know if we're gonna let the man cook, but
not cook, but just let the man be.
Artist, and art, and all that. And he's a good artist. Fuck.
Yeah.
What a disaster of a man in this movie.
It's the one thing about this movie, however, is that he very clearly is like an alcoholic. That man does not have a beer body. That man is fit.
Well, he's more of a stoner alcoholic kind of vibe.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think that opening sequence as well is really impressive, where we go through the not necessarily montage, but the chronology of Leo's character and what's the name of the revolutionary girl?
Not Pussycat or Pussyfinger or whatever the fuck.
That she was in the bank and she got shot.
That shit was crazy. Dude, there's some wipeouts in this movie.
Yeah, whew. Oh my god, the fucking opening scene when she has Sean Bin at gunpoint and tells him to get an erection. Absolute insane scene.
Semen demon. I was impregnated by a semen demon.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a really strong movie, and it's got great performances. Benicio del Toro is another one that I really liked. He's a really
guy. Dude, he's a really interesting guy. You know what? That's the best way to put it. Sensei, just all these connections.
Runs a karate class, is Hispanic in some sort of aspects. Has a gun. He's so many different things all at once.
He's so chill and on top of it, and it lets Leo fumble his way through the movie because he's so hyper competent.
He actually carries a bit of the movie in that midsection.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. It's also fun thing about that. Did you tell him about Tommy when we went to see this movie?
And the fact that he's a sneaky little bitch.
What do you mean?
He's not a bitch, but he is sneaky. But there is a part of that movie where that character is doing the sobriety test, and he's got his hands up and everything. I get this sticker from Tommy every single week because I'll message him about just the tiniest thing, and the response will be that character just being nonchalantly shrug about it. Yeah, it's great.
It's a very funny. No, we were I was oh hey, let's watch this movie. I had just moved in and they wanted to have a movie night. And then we're grabbing dinner before, and May just let slip. It's yeah, it's a great movie. I think you guys will really like it. I go, you guys watched it without telling us? They were just never. He was you were never supposed to tell them. We were just never supposed to know that, and I felt so betrayed. It's not even that they did it. It's just that they wouldn't tell us about it.
So Willer had texted us about seeing it on Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah.
It was maybe 9:30. They were walking out of the movie theater having seen it.
And they're the first to reply, yeah, sure.
Yeah, we'll go see it.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Tyler, what'd you think overall of the movie?
What I did have opinions about it, didn't I?
I would assume
you have to tell me, my friend. I do not know.
I thought I had he was.
You gotta take some notes. I take notes after the movie. Well,
my fiance liked it.
My one note that I had is there's this extremely long car chase scene near the end. I love the way that scene is shot. Actually,
that scene was awesome.
It's so excessively whoa! You're just in this roller coaster of cars bobbing and weaving out of view. There was something about the tension there. I loved it.
Yeah.
Also, the actress for the daughter this is one of her first big roles. Big star energy from her.
I didn't hate it. I don't think I was crazy about it either. I think I was really tired. So like it didn't strike anything I relate to, but it was an enjoyable story nonetheless.
Oh man,
Damn, you don't relate to like feeling oppressed and the fact that we need to fucking blow up the prisons or else no one's gonna listen to us.
I am 100% Leo on the couch, like ushering his daughter out the door to go.
You don't feel like that just because you're trying to live your life, you're doing some shit wrong because everyone is screaming at you that you should be going out there and fighting the good fight.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
So you do relate, because
Yeah.
me
But
too,
that's
bud.
like-
Me too.
But that's like the bad thing about the movie, you know? So
What do you mean the bad thing?
not like,
he gets yelled at for being lazy.
but not necessarily,
No,
because he does
no.
make a difference, but he just can't keep up with that life forever.
Right.
Like
yeah, he makes a conscious choice at the beginning of the movie to like the important thing here is to raise my daughter right. Like that he makes a very conscious choice there. Like and I
even
think
though
that's
he's
awesome.
not very good father material, he figures it out in his own bumbly way.
Yeah. And I think it also in a way like you get to the I guess we're going to spoil the movie at this point. You get to the end of the movie and like the daughter is kind of like taking up the mantle that her parents had, but doing it in a much more like I think like understandable manner. I guess that's
Well, I would
correct.
say more like she's unfortunately forced into that world, and maybe there's something
Yeah.
to be said about that.
Maybe, but it's also like she's listening to like she's going to go
Uh,
protest, but
I don't know, because at the beginning of the movie, her grandparent, like the grandmother of the main girl, female
Lady.
character lead, is like
I literally
she comes from a long line of revolutionaries, you know, like it's in their blood.
Perfidia is her name, by the way.
Perfidia.
I would never have remembered that.
Never.
I don't remember any character's name from the movie.
I remember Jungle Pussy. There we go.
So apparently Jungle Pussy was a real person.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. Man, the scene where apparently one of Kelly's favorite band, the Haim sisters, that's the lady that walks out show and gets popped in the head when she walks from the at back of the store.
Oh damn!
So like, your favorite pop artist is out here starring in this like Wes Anderson movie, or
It's
Paul.
there are very Wes Anderson.
no,
scenes.
it's the other guy. What's the other guy? Fuck.
Paul
Thomas
Anderson.
Paul Thomas Anderson. Anyway, she's just walking out here getting domed like
Yeah.
30 minutes into the movie.
I did like the scenes with the underground Mexican railroad. Like
Yeah.
everything about how that was functioning, not just the main guy,
But like the community aspect.
the
of it
community
was cool.
aspect. I think that was my favorite part of the movie. Like it feels like that might have been more towards like what the whole movie was about to begin with, and then they got Leonardo DiCaprio interested and this other actress interested, and they just were like, "Oh, we could do this too," and it was like.
I could see something like that. Where I could see a deviation of like
It was
the
such
focus.
a B plot that was so.
But it was so
well
fleshed
done.
out. Like you can tell
Yeah.
that they really thought about this world.
I would say like it's a big part of it is like also community, and I
Yeah.
think that's like another like very clear thing that like Perfidia and like the government like lack is an understanding of their community. They're so focused on the at-large tension that they can't seem to understand the world that's around them. Then that's like the big conflict that Leo has, and that's like and Benicio del Toro's character has a keen understanding of his community. He knows how to take care of them and get them out of there, right? So like I think that's a big part of it as to why it's there.
You're kind of cooking, Joe. I walked out of this movie being like, I like that movie, but now I'm like, you're making me see a lot more in it too to like even more. It's same thing as you apparently then.
Yeah, like it's a movie that I want to rewatch because I think like in rewatching with those themes in mind, I think you can establish a lot. So I think it's very, very well done. I'm watching like clips on the side here. God, that last car chase scene, you're so right, Willard.
That's
it's so
cinema.
good.
That's capital C cinema, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's yeah. We have not talked about the Christmas organization.
The Christmas Adventurers Club.
Adventurers Club. Hail Saint Nick.
That's crazy. We want it so clean we can eat off the ground.
Yeah.
Fucking...
So
they're Nazis.
that-
They're the Nazi stand-ins.
That's where the movie kind of like they're the antagonists
Yes.
for the movie, and it's like this is a parody to what I thought was South Park. Actually,
It felt very South Park-esque.
it is very South Park-esque because there is a plot in South Park where they have the Super Adventure Club,
Yeah.
which is a pedophilic travel group that is all white men that have extreme beliefs.
I love how I type in Super Adventure Club and the first thing that comes up is Super Adventure Club Villains Wiki.
wait, what?
They got their whole wiki.
Oh, on the villains wiki.
Yes.
Oh man, I wish my Google algorithm like cared about me like that.
Yeah.
You gotta treat it well, and it will treat you.
You're right, and like that kind of goes into another spot. Like, I feel like there's like touches of South Park and touches of, like like Wes Anderson in here. That's very purposeful. Like we're taking very big extremes.
But it's like, you know, it's not trying to be too heavy, so it's like very goofy at times as well.
Yeah. But like at the same time, like we have like incredibly heavy scenes. Like just the first opening act is like, holy shit, there's so much going on here. There's the scene where like at the school and they're interrogating all the students.
Oh,
and it's like incredible. It feels very real and intense, right? Like, there's like, and like I'm gonna call this out because I feel like it's very purposeful, and I can't explicitly mark the reason as to why. And I'm going to call it out right now as like, you know, I'm 100% tolerable. I think like everyone should be like represented. But the person that rats out Leo's daughter is like the non-binary or trans individual of her group, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think so.
Yeah, and like I feel like there's a very pointed like positioning of making that character be the one that does that. I can't tell you why, but like
it feels like things are hard. Like I'm not risking it.
Yeah, like things are already hard enough for me.
The cards are stacked against me in its own unique way.
Yes.
You know,
yeah,
that's what I read there.
Yeah, I think that could totally be it. But like, this is a movie that has a lot of purpose and like everything in there. So that one just kind of stuck out to me. It's like, why would you have it be this character?
I'm curious to see what people's reads would be. But
yeah,
I will say we got a lot more out of this movie than I thought we would. But we should probably move on. Good movie. Recommend.
Good movie. Yep.
Again, the best character is the villain. He's crazy, insane man.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now you guys.
Oh, the main character also reminded me of a South Park character.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
the main antagonist. Sorry, not Leo's.
Oh,
the main. I like how the main antagonist died ultimately.
Yes, it's poetic actually, considering.
Yeah.
Very Epstein.
Well, it was a suicide, you see.
Yes.
Yeah, he suicided himself
by gas, by Nazis.
By gas and then chamber of
cremation.
Fire. So
that's all the ways that Nazis killed the Jews.
Yes, it is. That was very deliberate.
Yeah.
Now I'm sure you guys are very excited about this. You get to finally talk about Silent Hill for real, for real.
Yes, this was Joe's rec. It probably would have got done earlier in the year, but I was playing it with a friend, and so we got to schedule play sessions and stuff like that. Yeah. But it is finished, and I can see why this game is a classic. Now, like I think I've asked this question before: is this like the most well regarded of the classic Silent Hills?
Yes.
Two original. Yes.
Yes. I think of all the Silent Hills, this is the one that like. This is it's the one that everyone thinks about when they think of Silent Hill, I would say, from what I understand. I did not play the original Silent Hill. I've only played the remake. I just did not pick it up as a teenager. I probably would not understand what was going on at that time. But Bradley, what did you ultimately think about Silent Hill 2?
Overall, man, this is such a cool story, and like. I guess like the only complaint I would have against this game is that like. It's not even really a complaint. Sometimes the story can be like a little like I don't know if obtuse is the right word, but they can get abstract with it, and they really want you to think.
For 100%, I would say it's very obtuse. I would say that plays into the story's benefit
Yeah,
if I'm being
but
honest.
I think the things that you are meant to get, they are very clear
Yes.
about, which I
Yep.
appreciate. And what this game is all about is guilt, which I knew nothing about like the themes or plot or setting of Silent Hill at all. And so James, who I used to be so gay for until I got to the end of the game, he he gets a letter from his dead wife to come to this town and to come to their special place at Silent Hill, and he's like, I've never fucking been to this Silent Hill, whatever. And it kind of becomes clear over the course of the game that like other people like James, and when I say like James, people who have this unspecified guilt they are feeling also received letters or otherwise were prompted to come to this town. And so Silent Hill starts out, I'm like, oh, this what a creepy town. And as it goes on, I'm like, this is less a place and more like a state of mind, I guess. Um, but James is feeling this guilt, and for the vast majority of the game, my running theory on what his guilt was, because we learned very early on that his wife was sick with this terminal illness and it lasted years and it was suffering. And so my running theory was that the guilt he was feeling is that he cheated on his wife while she was in this state. And I think maybe part of what got me there is like the introduction of Maria into the story, who's such an interesting character. We learn at the end that the guilt he feels is that he killed his wife. And that already was crazy to me. I was like, James, how dare you? I loved you. But then what made this game, I think, even more phenomenal is that James gets kind of a conversation with his deceased wife, whether it's real or not. And she gives him an almost socially acceptable reason for having killed her. She is like, James, I know why you did it. And she's like, I was suffering for years. And she's like, I was ready to die. She's like, I wanted to die. That's not a way to live. And so she's like, thank you for doing that. And so he's given an out. But the point of this story is James learning to accept his guilt. And so if he accepts that out, he's exactly where he was at the start of the story. Sorry, my headphones are bugging. What happens to James is that he doesn't accept this out. He accepts the truth, which is that it was not a mercy killing. He's like, I eventually reached the point where I hated you. I resented you. When you got that disease, you were not the only one who died. He's like, my life ended. My life became sitting in the exact same hospital room you are, frankly. And God, like,
It's really great. It's really powerful because it's like it reminds me, Bradley, of another like kind of like book club we did before, which is Pet Cemetery, right?
yes,
Sometimes dead is better. Like
sometimes that is better.
and like there's a point in your life when you are helping someone and you're caring for them and you just resent the fact they're still alive and like you feel so guilty about that and that kind of feeling. And I think that's like a really powerful message. And it's one of my like kind of favorite things, but it's really hard to touch on because like it can come off like really edgy and like really mean, right? So like I think Silent Hill 2 does a great job of that. You know what's fucked up, Bradley?
What's that?
I didn't get that fucking conversation. Because I got the in the
Really?
water ending. Yes, you do not get that conversation
That's
at
the
all.
thing.
So I was really hoping you would not tell me what ending you got before our podcast because I just wanted to like see what your thoughts
Get surprised.
were. Yeah, because like the Silent Hill has like 3 like straightforward endings, I'll call them. There are 3 possible endings you can get. There's a bunch of other endings.
That's the thing.
Half of them are jokes. I
think the first time around, like there's only 2 or 3 you're able to get, and then the second time around there's like 6 or 7 more.
Yes.
Damn it. There are at least 6 more innings you can get. But
say that again.
I'm glad I got no.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got the one I got though. I feel like the one
yeah.
I got is the closest to a good ending.
I would agree. And so like, but I think that's another important aspect of like Silent Hill is those endings is because like, so in Silent Hill you come across several different characters and they're all experiencing Silent Hill very differently, but very much the same, that they have some sort of trauma that's kind of like gouging at them, right? Like for James, it's the guilt of killing his wife, and this like feeling um of just hatred towards her towards the end of her life. Whereas like what's the name of the girl? It's not Amanda, is it? It's
Angela.
Angela. Angela is dealing with her family trauma, that her father like sexually abused her and insulted her like constantly and everything like that, and like never having like a connection. And then you have Eddie, who was just bullied for his way and who he was. And they're all various degrees of severity, right? But they're all affecting these characters in very different ways, and to them it's like the most devastating thing they can possibly have.
And to make sure I'm clear on like what these characters were, Eddie was so heavily bullied that he ended up taking it out by killing one of his bullies, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Angela ended up killing her abuser.
Yes, from what I understand. And like there's also that self-destructive nature of Angela, right? Like you get the scene where you're in the hotel and you run into her finally, and she asks for the knife, and you get a glimpse into what she's seeing, and it's all on fire, right? Her world is
Yeah.
just constantly self-destructive. Like there's nothing she can do can put out the pain and fire and heat around her. And same with Eddie, where it's like he's always, whenever he talks, he has like breath coming out of his mouth because he's always cold, he's always isolated, he's always like trying to like just keep himself warm, basically. And the only way, and he can't like, he doesn't feel like he can get that warmth from others, which is why he lashes out against James during their segment. So it's very interesting as well when you also like, obviously we're spoiling this whole game basically at this point. It's also interesting as well as like when you fight Eddie, James mentioned it's like the first human he's killed, which is an interesting thought to have considering like what we know at the end of the game, right? Like it's like that's, and that you can interpret that two ways, right? Like he's really pushing the thought of like killing his wife out of his mind, or his wife is so beyond like repair or like health that was not his wife anymore, and she was not human, she was something else entirely, right? So, and I think that's important for Silent Hill 2, is like the perspectives you have of other people and other people's perspectives of themselves and their world around them, which I think is a really good thing that they have in this game. Because also we have the little girl who doesn't see anything, she's just kind of there, right? And like she just is like running around trying to find Mary, but like she doesn't really have anything like lacking her to Silent Hill other than trying to find this woman that she met once. So it's a really interesting it's really interesting game. Bradley, I have a question for you. I would like to pick this up. So in the final, I think it's the final area of the game, it's the hotel, right? That's on the other side of the lake.
Yeah.
So if you remember, in each of the areas you have like the normal area of the game, and then you have like, I think it's called the other side area of the game.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Did you ever read your save files when you were saving in that area?
Read my save files? Oh,
Yes.
well, I would look at the locations, but I don't know if I looked particularly when I was in that last area.
So when you're in that last area, usually when you get to an area, you get the normal area, then go to the other side. When you get to that last area, you start in the other side, and then you get to the actual area, which I think is really interesting, because it starts off as like a very picturesque hotel. It's got like some like creepy crawlies around, but nothing crazy. And then you flip to it's decrepit and old and burned down, and there's just these monsters everywhere, right?
No, I like Silent Hill. It's a very good example of the setting being its own character.
Yeah.
I like that the town doesn't have a geometry. Like it morphs narratively based on what the character's going through.
Yeah.
It was really fascinating. And dude, those supporting characters you were talking about, they really bring a lot of good stuff out of James, because I think the first moment I started to see really the depth in James is when he is talking to Angela with the knife, because she makes a combat about like, not a combat, she makes a comment about, she makes a combat with the knife. Yeah. She makes a comment about like the state we're in, like the two of us. And he's usually so calm and collected, but in that moment he gets so defensive, and he's like, I'm not like you. And that is all it took for me to be like, yes, you are, James. I just don't know why yet.
Yep.
Oh man.
It's a great game. I will probably never play it again. It honestly is horrifying too. Like,
Dude.
it's so creepy.
No, they are extremely good at these enemy placements, and they're really good at changing up their rules at times that feel appropriate and not unfair. Because for 95% of the game, most enemies, when you clear them out and you save, they do not respawn. However, there are very, like, not even the entire hotel. There's like extremely select areas in the hotel that does have a respawning enemy. And so when you're not prepared for it, it's that much more horrifying. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, like it's crazy.
Also,
go ahead.
This was also about the hotel, and this is more funny than scary. There's one room we came upon at the hotel, and we walked in, ceiling, walls, floor, covered in red. We're like, holy shit, that's a lot of blood. We're like, even for this game, that is a shitload of blood. And we looked around the room, and there's a fucking can of red paint on the ground. That shit killed me.
It's so funny. The game's has like its own like little sense of humor. You should look up all the bonus endings, Bradley, because they are really funny.
Oh, dude, I don't know all of them, but after we got our first ending, my friend was looking up all the other ones, and she's like, oh my god, one of these endings, it says the original James from like the original PlayStation Silent Hill 2 comes down in a UFO and like abducts you or some shit.
Yeah. Yes, they're completely absurd. But yeah, the game is remarkable, and I think like Bloober Team did a great job of remaking it. And I hear Silent Hill F is really good as well, so I'm keen to try that out, but just not this year. I think I just have too much on my plate. But it's a great game. And I'm glad you enjoyed it.
With Silent Hill F, I hear it's like one of the greatest horror stories, like maybe the best like story in any of the Silent Hills, even including 2. So apparently, like, the story goes incredibly hard once you get there. So I want to play it as well.
Yeah,
because this one I actually don't know a lot about. So
I don't know anything like about it at all. I just know it's in Japan. That's about it. But yeah, Silent Hill 2. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Bradley.
One thing about this game, and I don't know if I've played quite a few horror games at this point, and I don't know if this just applies to most of them. I wonder if horror games are just prone to being unnecessarily padded, because like at the same time I'm playing this, I'm going back through Soma, and I'm thinking of other horror games I've played, and I'm like, most of them I feel like could have been about half the length if you just took out a few monster encounters.
Yeah. I'm playing Soma right now. I think I'm halfway through. I need to pick up another like time to play through the rest of it. It's just my life has been. I just don't have time to like sit down.
Dude, life is going a million miles an hour this
week. Hold me to this next podcast, which might be next year. I will also join you in the Soma talk.
It'll be a fun one.
I've been promising Bradley this for years.
It's a good time to get into it. Sorry, Joe. Because as I was going back through Soma, and apparently there's kind of been a resurgence in Soma discourse, because I think Mandalore Gaming, who's a big channel, put out a review of it. Apparently there was the first update to Soma in I don't know how many years, making slight changes, and people are saying there's an ARG that might lead to like a new game in the same setting. I don't know.
Interesting. That game, like, there's a lot of cool things I like about that game, but there are some times where I'm just like, yeah, can we make this a little bit less bullshit, please? Like,
how about you save it for the podcast, Joe?
We'll save it.
Yeah.
Wait, this is the podcast.
Yeah, but like it's I am enjoying Soma. I just need to sit down and finish it off. I do have thoughts about Soma. I will say that. Like, I've gathered them. But
anyway, Silent Hill 2 ended up being pretty damn good.
Good.
Nice.
I'm glad.
I'm gonna nudge us to the next topic because we still got 4 to go, and we're at hour 3. So.
I believe in us.
And this is a huge one, because next up, we're talking about Final Fantasy Tactics and a little guest appearance by Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, which I played a ton of as well.
So where's everyone at?
I think I'm still in Chapter 3 at this point.
Chapter 3.
Yeah.
I'm like halfway through 4.
I'm also still in chapter 3. Like Bradley, I showed you that fight I did with the mathematician, and I think I like
Yeah.
that dungeon, and then I haven't progressed the story.
Oh,
past
I
that.
am. I'm at the part where you were having trouble, Willer, where it's the fucking temple caverns or whatever, and there's the
Dude.
dragoon guy.
Holy fucking shit, bro.
Good luck with that. No, after you beat that fight,
That's
after you
the
beat
easy
that
part of the
it's like a breath
fight.
of fresh air.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's...
Willer, I showed you my experience with that fight too, right, Willer?
Yeah, you got bailed out by having a dragoon in the air because Tyler nuked every single living being, including himself.
I nuked everybody in the room for 500 damage, like first spell. But I won because my dragoon goes first because he has the most speed because I
What-
trained him on a monk and thief.
What you gotta understand, though, is that I literally can't put out that much damage because there's like a damage reduction. So I might end up killing all my own guys, and then 1 or 2 is still gonna survive on the enemy team, if not even more. Yeah, I'm in chapter 3, and I've tried to get into final. So you guys were talking about it last podcast, so now it's my turn, because all your hubbub about it got me into it. But I've tried to get into this game so many times because I've always been a fan of the Advanced series. And it just would never work. It had to be this port for it to happen because of 2 key features, which is just being able to avoid random battles and being able to auto battle. So that way, because unfortunately, this is an incredibly grindy game if you want to actually experiment with like everything the classes can do. But the levels don't really scale well to you getting that grind in, which is where the tactician mode comes in, which is like, it's a classic reshuffling of the stats a bit kind of difficulty, but that's just enough to bridge that gap of like I can easily let my little dudes auto battle for a little bit and get some JP and then go to the next story mission and have like a bunch of new combat options. So that it's been incredibly fun. This game is so fucking good, actually. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's really good.
I get what everyone's like always loved about it, and particularly I really love the story. Like
It's fantastic.
It's Final Fantastic even. Like they've always said that this was like the most mature Final Fantasy, and yeah, the script and the localization is so good, man.
The voice acting too.
That's actually one of the most important parts, because like every single person's voice actor I think is killing it, and like there's just so many. This game has like a very common trope of like Ramza is just gonna go on a 10 to 20 dialogue spiel one-on-one versus the antagonist of whatever chapter we're in, and they're just gonna go blow for blow philosophizing about all whatever is connecting them or whatever they don't see eye to eye on, and it's always engaging. Like none of this is like revolutionary storytelling, but the way that these conversations go and like these dynamics go with the antagonist are so good.
Yeah, I think it's like it happens. It's great because they're very mature conversations. They're not just like you killed my father, I'm so upset. It's like there's the one where it's Ramza and what's the name of the old dude with the big knight armor that teleports around to fight the gate.
Yeah, not your mentor.
Yeah,
but
like
or is it your mentor guy who
Gafgarian?
Gafgarian? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Man, they have
like,
a banger convo.
And
No.
like Rams, yeah, and like Rams was talking about like I respected you and I the only thing I can say is thank you for all this, but I literally cannot like let you keep doing what you're doing.
No,
and it's
I wanted to highlight that because like Ramza is the highlight of this story for me because he's refreshingly like good-hearted and naive and chivalrous. There's a point in the story he literally walks into a bar and orders a milk and the bartender bursts out laughing at him.
Peak.
And then the next sentence he realizes that, oh wait, Ramza actually has seen a lot of battle. This guy could kill me even though he's like he ordered a fucking milk like a child. And so like when Ramza's betrayed horribly by the people closest to him, he handles it in a way I like, which is that he can express his admiration for them, but without losing his anger and resolve that they have to die here. Like, he knows what must be done and he will do it, but you can hear the suffering in his voice, and specifically that Gafgarian one, he's like, Gafgarian man, like, I'm gonna have to kill you, but I need you to know that you took me in at like such a dark time in my life, and you taught me so much, and like gave me the closest thing to a new home, and like I'm so angry and I have to kill you, but I'm never gonna be able to stop thanking you for that. And Gafgarian replies with just like, Ramza, one day you're gonna have to grow the fuck up and stop trusting everybody so much.
But even by the end of that conversation, like, you can feel the very ever so slight shift, before Gafgarian dies, of like coming to appreciate, at the very least, Ramza's like worldview. God, what a good protagonist! I fucking love him.
He's a cool dude.
And yeah, like I'm looking forward to see how the story ends, dude. The conversation with also Argath is an early, like, really good one. Anytime you're talking to Delita, and then with fucking Weegraph, you go bar for bar with Weegraph for like minutes. It feels like, just like talking about the nature of power and gods, and when I was at my lowest and I looked up to the gods, it was the stones that answered. So, and just talking about the falsehoods, so much like religious evil church themes in this story, but like it's hammered home so many times by so many characters that it just kind of hits different.
Man, speaking of, Delita's another character that, like, it's been a long time since I played this game, but like he's another character that I really like as like a, I don't know, main antagonist or like side antagonist or whatever his role is at this
anti-hero
point.
Maybe. I haven't finished the story, but like he even said he's swimming against the current. He's gaming this system where like every single power structure in this world is comically, like, cartoonishly corrupt. So it's like he is just playing with the cards that he's been dealt, and he's doing a good job at it.
Yeah, like he's a great character. And then Argath, like you mentioned before, that guy fucking sucks, but in the best way possible.
But yeah, I was gonna say he sucks in like a really fun way. I'm very interested to see how this story is gonna wrap up. I still got a ways to go, but I do want to keep playing it.
Okay. I just love how like convoluted these schemes are, because you'll have like soldiers being manipulated by their lords who are being manipulated by the church, and so you have the people in the church who think they know what the overarching plot is, but even those people in the church are being manipulated by even a smaller, even higher group up in the church who know what like their actual plot is. And even among those people, they might not even all be aligned. So it's like, oh, this game's crazy.
Dude, I had a really good twist recently. The Ophelia twist, and how she's like, not actually the princess, but like all that means. And it's interesting because the villains will like deny, like they'll deny blood as destiny if it suits them, when like it's puppeting Ophelia, but also their excuse for putting the common man down is blood. So like very selectively, it's like, oh, you don't have to actually be the princess, we can use you as such. Versus like, so like blood doesn't matter there, versus like we're genuinely superior to you. You're a common blood filth. And the way they talk shit to the common blood, just like go back to like your mother's trough vagina or something. Like they don't say that, but that is like the energy they're giving.
After Argoth kills Tetra, and he's like, she'd still be alive if she was with her own kind, supping on broth of bean, like in the most offensive way possible.
Yeah, oh man, Argath is so good. What a fucking asshole.
Dick.
But yeah, like, so story's banging, gameplay's banging. Like, there's not that many classes, and I will say some classes, like, I don't know, some of them you just kind of, you go there as a tourist to pick up a couple of abilities. You go pick up your ninja double hand, your samurai shiradori, and then, maybe move on to other pastures. It doesn't seem like Dancer is very good, but I'm trying to make it work. But aside from that, like, the JP system is just fun because you can go look at your options and purchase the thing you need and then retry the battle. Like, how easy it is to retry a battle, especially in those multi-chain battles, it really pushes me to experiment a lot with the class system and the skill system. So it's been a good time.
No, quality of life features are indispensable. I complained so much about this version before it came out just because they didn't have these 1 or 2 classes from the War of the Lions, and I still really fucking wish this game had them. But I can't see myself going back to any other version of the game now because the quality of life features are too good.
Mm-hmm. And so this game spiraled me into playing Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. So this is a follow-up.
Also a banger.
God damn, that game is actually incredible. Very different storytelling, but a very good story. And one that I know Bradley also enjoys.
Oh yeah.
Man, hold on. I got a picture from a line that Marsh says. He says this to Doned, his brother.
Yes.
Usually when I think of Marsh, I think of him bullying Mute, basically. Like, okay, in the meme way, right? Because Marsh is the actual antagonist of the story, so they say. But he's very, like, reserved, and this one line has so much, like, indirect characterization. I gave all the I wants and the I don't wants to you when, you know, Donut is complaining about all the things that justifiably are wrong with his life. And it's like, Marsh was like, there's a lot of stuff about the real world I don't like as well, but that doesn't mean that I don't believe that we should not be in this escapism and not face reality, which is it's always a good story trope. More on that at a future date as well. But Bradley, what is your take on the law system in Advance? What's very controversial system.
I think, especially my first time playing the game, I found it annoying. And I think it can be annoying up until you get the point to influence the laws yourself.
Yeah. For me, it's more that, like, it and I think, I don't remember if Advance 2 has laws, but for example, if there was a second screen or more screen real estate to always show the laws and let me click on the law and, like, explain what it actually is, when it's like, no addling. I'm like, what the fuck is addling? Or it says no techniques.
Yeah.
And it's like, what's a technique? It's any, like, class skill that has the word tech in it. So it's like, that's kind of...
Isn't addling just if you don't move that turn?
No, addling is a status effect that can only be applied by assassin. And the thing is, it's a status effect that makes it so you can't do anything but move.
Okay.
The problem with addle is that it's the same status hit rate as the Nightmare skill, which is Doom plus Sleep, the Stone skill, which is Insta-Death, and the Insta-Death skill, which is Insta-Death. So it's like...
we're going to make this thing that never happens illegal.
When I have these 3 options that have the same hit rate as addle, why the fuck would I ever use addle? Like, I just thought that was really funny. So the optimal way to play this game, if you ever play this again, it has to be on an emulator, dude. Because one, if you accidentally break a law, and like you can like reload the battle or something, or like go a couple turns back, because it's so easy to accidentally break the law when it's not always there. And 2, being able to instantly skip battles and increase AP gain makes it so you can like actually spend time playing the game and going missions to missions. This game would be better. I still think I do like it better than Tactics, just because like the classes in this game are so sick. There's so many fucking classes. Cool. So in this game, guys, there's 5 races, and they all have like a different subset of classes that they can go into. But the class count ends up being like significantly higher. Like, how the fuck does Tactics not have Red Mage? Final Fantasy 1 has Red Mage. So how did we skip out on that one? Like,
they just didn't want to do it.
I know.
Yeah, I guess so. Cowards. Red Mage, Blue Mage, fucking Gunner, Gadgeteer, Animist, Defender, Gladiator. Like, there's so many.
This was like the first time they made this type of game, right? So they had to be very precise in what they wanted to make.
Well, no, because the cool thing about Tactics is that it's just Final Fantasy V. Because every single class in Tactics is in Final Fantasy V, but there's more classes in 5. So they already have,
Five
like...
has a complete grid system with height and everything in it as well.
No, 5 is a turn-based RPG.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you adding the ability to just move around changes the entire dynamic of how a class should work. Right?
It really doesn't, because the class...
It
hot take.
It does. It does, though.
The classes do not interact with the grid system as much as I wish they would. It really doesn't do that much. The most you're going to get is like Earth Render that goes an entire row. Or this attack is just your base attack damage, but with a range of 3. Like, it doesn't go that hard with the range system. Now, you got to understand, I went backwards where I play like Disgaea and shit, where they go crazy with the grid system in the areas.
So, yeah, this was made in like 1990.
I'm saying for class, it's not that hard to translate a class into tactics, but I digress.
I disagree entirely. I think like the addition of movement and the addition of having area effects where you have to aim those effects really changes how those classes need to operate and what they need to do.
Can you name one class, a traditional Final Fantasy job that would be difficult to put into a grid system?
I am not saying that they cannot all be in there, but at the same time, you have to get the game out. And so you have to develop the game from the ground up. So you need to be aware of what your classes are doing. So you don't necessarily like have an idea of like how each
you
of those
say that
classes
as if the game was balanced on release. The game was mess on release.
I'm not saying the game was balanced on release. I'm just saying that like they're making an entirely new game. They don't know how it's going to operate and work and be good. So you just kind of need to be conservative about it. Also, it's completely different from the original formula of the game of a turn-based system. So you can't invest that much resources into like really making it big.
I get that. But Advance has the classes, so I like that.
Which is later. But
that's
like,
all I'm saying. It's also on a weaker system, for what it's worth, with way less space that they can work with.
I agree, but like, I think there's a lot of effort that goes into making the game itself and like actually figuring out like how are all these things going to function. Just like the calculations of like person A is an elevation higher than person B. What is the calculation of hitting downwards and what is the calculation of hitting upwards?
Yeah.
Like
it is cool that like guns have like a diagonal threshold that they work with, and that's really cool.
So it's like I think there's a lot of different metrics you have to go into a strategy game that like when you're in a 2D like head-to-head realm, it's a little more simplified because like everything that you're attacking is in front of you. Whereas like when you're into that 3D space, things could be on your left, your right, behind you, and like depending on like where an attack can go can really influence like how powerful that attack actually is. So like I don't know. I'm just saying that I think like them not having those classes is fine because they have to start somewhere. But yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, it's a great game. I prefer the classes being there. I like having a lot of classes in a RPG. And
I like Spellblade. I like Blue Mage.
I like them to be weird. I like the weird classes. Like
I'm definitely
like
the moment I beat Tactics, I'm immediately going into Advance,
dude,
because I miss it so much.
I discover the world of Advanced ROM hacks. You might want to look into one of those. I just wanted because I don't know if I've ever beaten Advance. Maybe once. I actually beat it this time. The one problem with Advance is the post game requires you. Do you know how you have to like dispatch your guys on missions, right?
Yeah.
Some of them require key items.
And you can miss some of them, right?
You can not only miss some of them, you have a limited inventory, and apparently there's some you only get one of. So if you accidentally throw one away in the limited inventory, I think I'm soft locked out of progressing the quest in the post game.
I think one time I was playing through and I was at the end of the game and I wanted to get Sid, and then I think I realized like, oh, I just can't get Sid.
which can be fixed on an emulator by just giving yourself the item. But damn, that's the one thing that keeps this from being
Fuck
5 stars
up.
for me. That's
Like-
such an oversight.
Can you believe games were like that? Like fucking Resident Evil Veronica was like that too. You
Yeah.
forgot a fucking fire extinguisher in the first area and you were done with the game 7 hours in.
It is pretty insane.
What were the people thinking back then? Like, oh, it's fine.
They didn't
we'll go
know.
back and do it.
They didn't know no better. All right,
Yeah.
Joe, you got a little bit of time for Star Wars Legions 2.6, Lord of the Rings, the card game. Okay, this is a double. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I talked about Star Wars Legion years ago, I think, on the podcast back in like 2021, something like that, maybe. This is the Star Wars miniatures game.
Right.
They just did a huge relaunch of the game, basically. Like, they revamped the entire rules, and they like are releasing models and like more high fidelity resculpts and everything. And so, me and my friend got back into this game because the people that we were playing Star Wars TCG with, we were just sitting there playing. They're like, "Oh yeah, I bought like the starter box for Star Wars Legion. I want to try out. Do y'all know about this game?" And me and my friend were like, "We have fucking full collections of this game, each of us of an army." And like, it was just a random occurrence. And then like a lot of people in our local game store actually started getting into it. So we have a league now, and it's been a lot of fun. Especially because me and him are such huge war gamers, and we play Warhammer and like we go to Warhammer tournaments. He himself is like in like the local like professional quote unquote team and like goes to these tournaments all the time. And his goal next year is to win a GT in Warhammer and to go to the World Championship next year. But I digress. But it's been really fun for us to like play this game, and we have our 2 like Padawans, I guess, that we're teaching them how to play the game and learn. We have one that's played war games before and like has a much better idea, but like he doesn't have the full like nuances of movement and like those really small strategies and understandings that you need to do to like win the game. And then we have another one of ours friends that like completely new to miniatures game, has never touched them in his life, and so like it's the equivalent of Willer beating me up in Street Fighter for the first time playing against him whenever we play. But he's been getting better and better. This most recent game I played against him, he actually almost got us to a tie, and I was able to squeak out the win by 1 point at the very end there. But it was really, really good. He's learning a lot. It's just really fun to see him play. And the unfortunate thing is that he's playing the worst army in the game right now. And so he's fighting a very uphill battle. But like I've always told him, like, you're going to come out of this like way better than most people because you'll have actually had to learn how to win the game with a low rank army. So in addition, part of the Marvel Crisis Protocol announcement, AMG is also the company that does Star Wars Legion. So they announced a whole bunch of new models, but more importantly, they announced something called a battle force, which are basically like different ways you can play your army. And I play Republic, and they announced a 212th battle force, which is Obi-Wan Kenobi's like regiment within Star Wars with Commander Cody.
Shit.
The rules for it are exactly how I play my game, my force already. It just makes it even better. So I'm so excited to play that later. But the other thing about this game is that they've released a method called Tour of Duty, where basically you have your custom commanders, like you have custom Jedi, custom officers, and everything, and you get to level them up and get to like give them new abilities, new perks, and you get to level up each individual unit as well. And that's how we've been playing in this like league type tournament. It's been tons of fun. It's really great. The only negative I can have to it is like they basically made it more like 40K, which I think is really sad because I really like and what I mean by that is like 40K is a very melee based game where you want to get next to the person and you want to start hitting them with your fist. Whereas when we played previously, it was a very range based game where you want to sit back and you want to get angles and shoot the other person and like go in and grab something. And getting into combat is like a really big detriment for you and your opponent, and you have to be really conscious of that decision. That being said, the game's a lot of fun. I'm having a great time playing this as well.
I love the fucking figurines.
They're incredible. They're great. They are coming out with an Echo Base Battle Force box and a Blizzard Force Battle Force box, which is like Darth Vader's invasion of Hoth and the defense of Hoth kind of a
Okay.
thing. And they're limited edition releases, and I'm like, I kind of want both of them because I would love to run an Echo Defenders like list in for Rebels, and the sculpt for Vader in that box is incredible. It's his Fear and Dead Man pose, which is a reference to a scene in the comics that's become notorious. But it's also just a bunch of snowtroopers and ATSTs as well. And I just think that's really cool. Uh, yeah, so like me and my friends have been really enjoying this game, and we're having a great time. Um, so it's been a ton of fun, and it's with this and Marvel, like it's so hard to fit like 40K into my life right now playing. Like it's just, and they take so much less time. Like we're playing, each of these games takes about like an hour and a half to 2 hour at most, whereas like for 40K it's like 3 to 4 hours. And like I just really like it. My brain feels a lot less destroyed after each game too. Um, so the other thing I picked up recently in my bullshit box is Lord of the Rings, the card game. So Fantasy Flight Games, before they made Marvel Champions and before they made Arkham Horror, they made the Lord of the Rings card game,
I was
which was
about
a
to ask if this was like a recent release or not.
so no. So to be completely honest, I bought this game years ago in 2011 in its original box, and I literally could not figure this game out to save my life. And part of that was because like I had never like opened a cooperative board game box before this, and I had never like that just wasn't a thought to me. I was like I opened it up with a friend of mine, we started playing, and we're like, how do I attack you? How do I beat you? Like we just could not figure, we literally could not figure it out, like both rules wise and like what it was supposed to be. Um so to save a big rigmarole, they repackaged a lot of the game itself. The game is in like maintenance mode basically, where they have very select packages of these expansions and cards that they will print out, but they are not making any new cards. They are not going to mass print new like these packages again. They're very much like once per year we'll do another run kind of a thing. It's for all intents and purposes a dead game, right? There nothing about this game will ever like grow. So I had a wild hair one day while I was going through another game store. I saw it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna pick this up and try again. So I picked it up and started playing it. And I opened up the core box. I played the core scenarios for first few times. I thought it was okay. And then I opened up the Fellowship of the Ring box that I got along with it. And I played the first half, and I was just smiling the entire time because I think those scenarios I've played were just such great encapsulations of those scenes and points of the books and in the movies. Like the opening scenario you have to do is going from Hobbiton in the Shire all the way to Bree at the Prancing Pony, and so you have to like travel to all these different locations, and then you have to like sneak around from the ring rates. Like you're like so weak at this point of the campaign, and like the ring rates are really strong, so you can never really fight them. You can only really like hide from them and try to like sneak around and distract them and find other ways to deal with them rather than like combat. And it was just so fun. Like it felt very immersive in playing this game. So I'm enjoying it a lot more now that I've grown up and I understand now how these games are supposed to work. However, I'm currently stuck on the Mines of Moria because fuck this guy. God damn, this is a battle royale. I fucking hate this man. Such bullshit.
I'm just like your brain, like you have so much more, like you have the neural pathways for card games now. Like you have so much more
Yes.
experience. Like I can get this now.
Yeah, it's that and like just like understanding now like how these are supposed to work. And like part of me wants to introduce it to my friends I play here with, but like the thing about this game though is that it's the first one of its kind from Fantasy Flight Game, and you can really see the flaws in the game. Like there are just some parts of a scenario that you're just like, why the fuck would you do it this way? Like you like if quite literally if I try to play the game, you just instantly kill me if I get a bad draw. I don't understand why you're doing it this way. Like there's just some baffling design decisions, and there's just also some baffling like design decisions on the player side where it's like you can recur Gandalf like 6 times and Gandalf kills anything he on the board when he comes in, and you're just like, why would you let me do this? It's such a big swingy game sometimes. Um so it's it's kind of a novelty to experience, but at the same time I've been loving it and I'm enjoying it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to take the week of Christmas off for the holidays, and I'm pretty sure that week is just going to be me watching the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition and just playing out the entire saga of this card game and like just running as a full campaign.
That's gonna be a mood.
It's cozy.
Yeah, so it's like
yeah.
I'm so ready to do it, and like it feels so cozy to play when I'm not getting my shit kicked in by the fucking Balrog. But yeah, it's really fun. I don't think it's better than Arkham or Marvel Champions, but like I totally understand where people come from of like loving this game and just feeling immersed in it. It's just missing the modern like design philosophies that FFG has when it comes to these games, which is sad, but it's also kind of neat to like go back and see these things. So yeah, I just thought I mentioned those like with the announcement of like the new core set and everything for Arkham. I just thought like going back to the roots of like how this game all started and what it really looked like.
The roots.
The roots. But it's fun. I really enjoy it.
Sick.
Yep. Is Willard back or is he still peeing?
I've been here the whole time. The roots.
Oh, okay.
Been peeing.
The roots. Yep. I'm just pissing myself, bro. All right, Bradley. How do I approach this,
dude?
How does one talk about his life being rocked, like fucking experiencing something that fucking rocked my world in a random Tuesday evening?
Look, here's the thing. When it comes to Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4, I genuinely worried it was a case where I was getting overhyped on something and it couldn't live up. And dude, holy shit, it rocked my world.
That is the exact... I finished that, and then that's the first thought I had to myself. It's like, I feel like I just went on a fucking religious experience. That was so good. What? This is... You did warn me, because... Okay, so last podcast, I told you I was just starting Chapter 3. I basically finished Chapter 3 like a day or two after that podcast, and then I just did like Ghost of Yotei and Pokemon with my free time since then, which wasn't a lot of free time. And then I was like, shit, we got the podcast tomorrow. Can I do all of Chapter 4 in one night? So around 7, I wrapped up everything I was doing. I sat my ass down at roughly exactly 2 a.m. I walked to my bed, pull out my laptop, and like I was just like, I have to do a little bit of digging, just a little bit of scrolling. Like what did
I know a little bit about it.
Well, I followed up this morning because wow, dude, what a fucking interesting game. Okay, so real quick with Chapter 3, because I didn't actually get to like talk about it. One, Antenna is so funny, so great.
Chapter 3 structure is kind of different than the other ones, but I love it.
It's definitely the gameplay chapter. Well, I don't know if that's even right because Chapter 4 has so much fucking gameplay.
Yeah.
But it's less story focused. It felt like maybe you could call it like a bit of a filler chapter, but I'm sure it had a lot of stuff to say about both Susie and Chris in its own way. But every time Tenna goes, "It's TV time," I would say it out loud with him. It was great. Yeah. Dude, I wouldn't expect this to be the case back when he showed up in like maybe it was Chapter 2, but fucking I don't know how to pronounce his name. Rooks.
So I think the joke, because you know how all the characters are like actual physical objects in the world. His name is pronounced Rules Card. I think in a deck of cards, he is that card that explains the rules.
Okay. Well, that doesn't fit his character at all. That guy is so fucking funny. Like,
he's hilarious.
I wouldn't think that he would be my kind of humor, but when he gets in a throuple with El Nino and El Nina...
They're both just like side-eyeing each other.
And the way his dialogue is written, guys, like just like I can't even explain it.
And it's even funnier because like later on you learn they both hated him from the start, but then they're both like he's kind of hot though. So.
So it's like the second funniest character in all of the Undertale Deltarune is introduced in chapter 4. We'll talk about them in a sec. The story is really good in chapter 3, but it also goes a little like, and this is something that happens in Undertale a little bit in some sections, where it goes a little like ADHD, like when he kind of loses it and there's just shit happening and he's talking about Mike. I'm like, I don't know, the only Mike I know is Ermintrout. Like, what are we talking about here? Maybe that's lore that you know, but when it comes to people like Gaster and Mike and like some of like these Spamton, I don't really understand their deal, because the way Toby writes the characters is so like quirky ADHD all over the place. So I'm like, I don't even know what you're trying to say to me right now.
Like Spamton, I definitely found I didn't like Spamton as much as the internet clearly likes to. Gaster, though, I have a lot of shit to say.
Oh man, I want to hear it.
Well, we got to save that for later, if we even touch on it today.
So okay, that's Susie has a really good scene where she talks about her backstory, about finding the right people in chapter 3. Really emotional scene.
Susie is so insanely well characterized, and so is everybody, to the point where like it's one of the things I enjoy most about Deltarune is how well characterized everyone is. Anytime Susie says anything, I'm like, that's exactly what Susie would fucking say, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but it's done so insanely well.
No, like it has to be said. Susie especially, I think, is the most special character, like, as far as direct writing goes. Maybe there's I think there's an argument to be said that Chris is also like incredibly well written, but in a very different way. But Susie is like more traditionally, like directly, such a good character. Which again, when you're playing chapter 1 and 2, it's like Susie, funny, weird dinosaur monster girl, like school delinquent. No, this is like an incredibly deep and like endearing character that like every chapter just gets better and better. Probably like flat out the best character in the game so far. Again, not accounting for weird Chris stuff. Okay, that's chapter 3. Chapter 4 has, first of all, perfectly paced. You do so much in that chapter. Like it's kind of crazy, like how much we cover, like both like main plot wise and character wise. Starting at the church, you get to see all the characters, dude. Fucking
oh my god,
fucking Caddy reading the fucking
that shit was funny.
The sermon. And I just sat there on the same dialogue box, and I read that entire sermon, and she was just saying some complete nonsense.
It's also just funny, like, before, like, because Susie stayed the night at your house, and then in the morning, she's about to take a bite of her pancake, and Toriel's like, all right, Susie, you coming to church with us? And Susie pauses for, like, 10 seconds, and she's like,
yeah. Sure. That just feels very real. The indirect characterization done between, like, how well the Holiday family seems to have known you.
Yeah.
Oh, man, so, like I said last time, I'm very interested in this weird dynamic that Chris has with the player.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in the house and you're playing as just the soul for, like, an extended period of time, and you're just kind of snooping around, like, I don't even really know what to make of that. There's just what should I be thinking, Bradley? What do you think in scenes like that?
We kind of get a big bait and switch with Chris at the end of chapter 1. We see Chris pull out the knife in this imagery that's very reminiscent of Kara from Undertale. So you're led to believe like, oh, Kara rips out their heart, and then they'd probably just go on a genocidal rampage.
And you think Chris also evil child or something.
But over the course of these few chapters, we get some knowledge of what Chris is doing when we're not around, and they're not the actions of a genocidal person running around killing everybody.
No, they're a shy prankster, kind of a loner in the recent few years, but had a lot of relationships prior to that.
And that's the thing, like, even in this portion, when you're flying around as the disembodied soul, you're spying on Chris. Chris goes into the kitchen and makes fucking chocolate milk for himself.
That is what that was. Yes. Yeah, I wasn't like sure.
But also interesting is Chris, and it's not just in this chapter, it also happens in the others. Occasionally, Chris is talking on the phone with an unknown somebody, which is interesting.
That seems like the Roaring Knight. I think that's the obvious pick. Am I too like not lore pilled enough? Because
no,
there's layers to this. I am like maybe just beyond surface layer to understanding the story of these games. Honestly,
but the point is like Chris knows things that are going on that we the player don't, and they don't want us to know. And
we know things they don't know. So it's like they have some sort of ulterior motive. Why are we here? Why are we here, and why does Chris accept us despite not liking us very much, especially in the Snowgrave route, where they straight up hate you?
Like, the relationship between us and Chris isn't strictly antagonistic because
that's what I said last time.
They need us to close these dark fountains, and they willingly do that. But like you said, that Snowgrave route, which I think it kind of already existed when Chapter 2 originally came out, but it obviously got much more developed. I don't know how much you've looked into the Chapter 3 and 4 Snowgrave route.
That's what I was doing today. That scene where Chris is like kicking you in the bathroom.
There's that, and then I think Chris leaves you at home and goes to speak to Noelle at night. I think between Chapters 3 and 4, maybe?
Yes.
And later on, if you are in that route, Noelle goes up to Chris while you, the player, are there, and is like, hey, Chris, look, I know you told me not to mention this stuff because you're worried someone could be listening, and Chris just covers her mouth.
Yeah. And then at that point, you can jump into the body again and do some very not nice things. It does feel pretty genocide-y. Like, obviously, it's the parallel, right? But they give you a lot of outs to go out of the route.
Yeah.
So, in a sense, like, it is kind of... We're doing this again where it's like, oh, player, you're so evil for going down this route despite having so many options to go away from it. So in a sense, it is kind of a bummer that's my takeaway right now. There's probably more to it. But even beyond the Snowgrave route, which is still very interesting, the main story between Chris and the player is already so interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I guess they accept you, so they seem kind of weak without you. So maybe that's like you need a soul. So I don't know what happened to their original soul. 2, you seal the dark fountains, but also they open the fountains and are in league with the Roaring Knight and Carol, I guess. I don't know if you caught that, but like that's one of the people that calls you. So I don't know all about that. So it's like they create these issues, but they also need you to fix the issues. So are they trying to find something in these dark worlds, but like they still need to close it? So it's like, get close to the fire, but have the extinguisher at hand and wear the extinguisher despite the fact that they don't like us. Maybe.
And it's also I was about to say Azrael. Ralsei clearly knows the entire prophecy. And sometimes Ralsei is having conversations with Chris while we, the player, are not there. At least as far as I've been able to see.
Definitely in either 2 or 3, there's that seems like, go think about what Susie's doing. And then they're having a whole less conversation while you're seeing the Susie side of the story.
Which, man, the fact that, the whole prophecy was laid out. We don't know what Susie saw, but clearly Susie's having a rough time.
Fuck you, Toby. Do you have any ideas? What's that? I mean, it's not great, obviously.
I think it is probably a thematic variation of at the end of Chapter 2, most of our characters reach this point where they're like, we're so happy in these dark worlds. It's so much better than our real life. It's adventure. People are funnier. People are nicer to us here. And Ralsei is like, this cannot last forever. You gotta go back to real life. These dark worlds are not meant to be spread over everywhere. And so I'm wondering if Susie is just at a point where she wants this to be her life forever, and she learned that she's gonna have to lose Ralsei or Chris or both or something.
Yes. That it's some variation of that. The chapter made a big point of like Susie's like, I cannot believe that me, who was never picked for anything, who always had like troubles making friends, like in a negative way. Like it's not like Chris, that's like kind of a loser loner. It's like Susie's just standoffish. It's like I can't believe I am a big part of this prophecy. So whatever reality check it was at the end there is not good. But it's I can't wait to find out more. As with all these things, it's also really interesting that like the Chris that Susie befriended is not Chris. So what's gonna happen when Susie finds out
Man.
that their best friend is us? Like, kind of manipulate because Susie's even like, what do you mean? Like, Noelle's like like Chris has been weird like these past few days. Like they don't sound like themselves. It's like what? That's how they always sound like. So it's like that's
Man,
kind of heartbreaking.
I think the only time Chris like genuinely just overrides your control is in the presence of Susie once, when one of the most heartfelt moments to me is Susie telling her piano story, which concludes with, a week ago, if I knew you could play the piano, it would have just been something I hated about you.
Oh.
And then after that, she asks, like, will you play the piano again for me at some point in the future? And you're given the choice of saying, like,
I'll never play
yes,
again.
and the other option is I'll never play again. If you try to choose that, I think Chris just bites their fucking hand. Like, I'm not saying that.
That's sick. That's raw. That's so
That's
good.
raw.
I love it. Big theme of this chapter is like the belief that you can change stories in the prophecy. So like I think that applies both because like Undertale is a rearrangement of Deltarune's a rearrangement of Undertale as I understand
Yeah.
it. Like it's sort of a parallel retelling universe kind of thing, I think. But also whatever is in this prophecy. So okay. I mentioned Rules Card, funniest character. Other funniest character, Jackenstein.
Yes, you're too long.
You're too long is taking too long. Like,
Dude, that was one of the most... He's really good at making creative fights. That one was like... takes the cake. It was
how
so
do you even
creative.
concept like to explain it like for the other two listening? It's like there's a fight here where the entire fight is created on the concept of taking the phrase "you're taking too long" and then rearranging that into as many variants as possible, and then the fight is kind of like built around that.
It's so hard to describe if you haven't been through it.
But the one that really got me is it gets to you and it's like your tutu, and then
Your tutu.
and then it puts the little tutu on you.
It's so
Holy
funny.
shit! I just had to like stop and laugh for like a full fucking minute. I didn't think Undertale was this funny. For like, I feel like Toby's sense of humor has matured a lot, and it kind of
Oh yeah.
reached a point where like he's really getting me with some of these jokes. Another one is
He's in the flow state.
oh for sure. Another one is after you go to Noelle's and Asgore. What Asgore's such a mess in this world.
I know. I feel bad for him.
I don't even know, man. He walks out with a snack platter. It's like, here, Susie, have some. And then you hold Susie like a lawnmower while they're eating the snacks. It's so good. But yeah, like, just... those are the main, like, story beats, like, on the surface level. There's a lot of questions that I guess we're still waiting on. Another part of, like, the dynamic between you and the player is, like, what if Chris is also, like, reluctantly happy that you are able to navigate them through conversations that makes them friends? Like, they didn't have any friends, basically, because they fell out of touch with Noelle after whatever happened to Des, Bradley. I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
I need to fucking know.
No, Willer. Here's what I'm really fucking wondering. This Roaring Knight, we've seen it, and it has antlers on it.
I think it's Des, personally.
I think it's at least related.
Touch on that in 1 second. So basically, like, when you started interacting with Chris's life, suddenly they have a bunch of friends, and they're going on fun adventures. So even though they don't like being puppeteered by you, there is multiple positive benefits to it. That or they need you to kind of stay alive because they lost their soul or whatever. Yeah, Des, being the Warring Knight makes sense to me. So what probably happened is like Des went into the bunker and they were doing experiments there, and the mayor knew about it. And like the password is Des's birthday, aka Christmas, which I had a feeling that would be the password. But it's like they probably got turned into the Roaring Knight, and that's where the Dark Worlds comes. So like we're probably trying to find a fix for her in these worlds, which is why Carol is part of it.
Oh, dude, Carol, the Noelle's mom.
Yeah.
Fuck that hoe.
Icy hand.
But also, speaking of the Roaring Knight, this game, or especially Chapter 4, really knows how and when to turn up the tension, because you get to the end, and the Roaring Knight takes its knife, and it's about to stick it in the ground, and I'm like, wait, we're already in a dark world.
Holy...
Then they stick it in. I'm like, you can do that?
That's when we went from, like, I'm having a great time to, like, I am levitating. That entire sequence fighting the Titan... What the fuck, bro?
Because, like, we take this, like, weird climbing gimmick from earlier in the chapter, turn it to climbing up the Titan's body, and you fall, and Susie fucking catches you, and she throws you.
Dude, that fight was crazy, too. I had to try, like, 3 times. Like, Deltarune hasn't been, like, too hard. This is also the first chapter I did the secret boss. Because it was kind of easy to find, because I found the piano, and then I found one of the songs, and I just looked up the other ones. Did you do that one?
Yes, and the secret boss in this is extremely important. I think, and this is probably the best, like, through line in Deltarune's story with that, because that's Gerson, right?
Yes, the old man.
So,
was he a thing before?
He's been known as, like, he's mentioned in the earlier chapters. He's definitely dead. He used to be, I think, the pastor, and he wrote a book series.
We got to that, yeah. Oh, the Hammer books.
And he was like, I think he's like the first shopkeeper you meet in Undertale or some shit. But
I thought he looked familiar. Okay.
And that's the thing. He gives you some lore in Undertale. I think he tells you about the legend of the Deltarune in Undertale, because Deltarune is a thing in Undertale, which I'll get even more into that later. But this is the most brilliant thing about Deltarune, period, to me, is this through line about Susie's healing. Because I love when games can tie their storytelling to
mechanics.
The mechanics. And so, like, Susie's healing is a recurring joke that starts in Chapter 2, because Ralsei, who's our designated healer, teaches Susie healing magic. And it's hilarious, because she has to charge it like a Kamehameha when she uses it. It uses your entire party's TP bar, and it heals 2 health. It's so bad you would never use it, but Susie is so proud of it, and it's like, it's kind of the first bonding moment her and Ralsei have, because they went off on their own. And then so, by Chapter 4, her abilities have grown enough that, like, she's healing a lot more HP than before, but that's not really saying much, because the amount is still dwarfed by even the cheapest healing items in the game. Yeah. But it's really interesting for her character to admit out loud that she actually likes using it, because Chapter 1 Susie would have been like, healing's for pussy ass bitches or something.
Exactly, yeah.
But then eventually in Chapter 4, Chris gets really hurt. And then Susie, trying her hardest, just can't heal Chris back up, so Ralsei runs in and effortlessly heals Chris to max, and then walks up to Susie and says something, not exactly, but kind of to the effect of, like, Susie, I'm so proud of you and your growth and your healing, but next time someone's really hurt, you really should just come find me.
Yeah, it's not even as nice as you said it. Like, it felt kind of standoffish even.
It was pretty blunt, and like, it obviously hurt Susie's feelings in that moment, because, like, she has pride in her healing abilities, but it hurts worse because I think Susie knows her healing is a gag. Like, she knows it's a joke. And later on, you meet another character who's hurt, and Susie's about to do her healing. And before she can get it off, Ralsei just runs in and takes care of it. And Susie doesn't say anything in that particular moment. But if you look at her sprite, a few pixels change and her brow furrows, and she decides to stop using her healing. I don't think she says it out loud, but if you go to it in your menu, the TP cost is above the maximum.
It becomes 102. Yeah, I noticed that. And I was like, what?
And then you meet Gerson, which she initially fucking dislikes, but he's earnestly trying to get through to her and get her to have faith in herself. And, you know, the beginning of the chapter taunts you with this legendary weapon, and she hates him, but she's like, I want that fucking weapon. And So eventually you unlock this optional boss fight against Gerson, and what's brilliant about this is that you can't actually hit him. He has set this battle up in a way where the only way Susie can win is by winning a battle of attrition with her crappy healing ability she doesn't want to use anymore.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the battle, she's stronger both in body and spirit. Her healing spell is stronger, and like, I just wanted to yell from the rooftops how much I loved her character, because
So good.
like every line she says is comedy gold, and when she's not being funny, it's good character development. And I don't know, the fact that her healing went from two characters bonding to actual gameplay to character conflict to a neat red bow in the form of a battle centered on that specific mechanic. It's like just a perfect example of writing and gameplay and humor and the characters all working in harmony. But then it gets even better, because then you get to the finale, the last battle, and she uses her healing to heal us to max.
Yes. Oh man, and then we fight with Gerson. Dude, fuck, that was so good. It was this is the first chapter I can give like a solid straight up 5. Like I gave 2 for like a 4.5. We have reached like this little evening of playing a video game is one of the best experiences with a video game I've had in a long time.
It was a hard 5 out of 5.
Hard. All right, we're almost wrapping up, but I can hear Joe and Tyler flatlining.
I know.
When we get out of the Dark Worlds and it's playing It's Raining Somewhere Else, or a reprise of it. I don't know if you remember that song.
Yeah.
That's my favorite Undertale song. It's the one that plays when you're in the diner with Sans. I just really like everything about that scene, and that it's just a good piano song. So that just like put a nice bow on the experience. And yeah, man, like where are we going next? Like Sans is about to fuck our mom.
Sans is fucking our mom. We
that's
just have to
crazy.
Good to know.
You don't understand the distances we've gone where Sans is dancing ska music in our living room when we get back from adventuring, and he's flirting with your mom. It's crazy out there.
I think he earned it though.
He earned it.
He's a fucking menace, that Sans. The only other interaction you really get with him is like he's in front of a store and he's just being an asshole about letting you in. Like that,
I love that shit.
He doesn't do much in the Deltarune games so far. But yeah, like I feel so we're going to the fair. I feel like that's going to be a big pop off for Snowgrave stuff, especially. But the next Dark World has to be the fair, right? I think there has to be a Dark World in the Holiday House.
That'd be badass.
Because there's just too much. They're just too important to the plot. Because Des is, you know. And they kind of mentioned wanting to get back there. And then I guess the final one might be the shelter or the bunker. And that would be chapter 5, 6, 7. So that'd be my guess. They did say we're halfway over. So maybe Toby's got like an 8th chapter planned. Secretly. Little trickster.
And look, man, I got like 3 tiers of theories. There's like the theories, and then there's like the theories that are on par with like One Piece Break Week theories, and then there's
crackhead shit.
I have like schizophrenic tier theories that I could go into, but I'm sure we're ready to go. So I'm gonna see you later this week. I'm sure we can go over it then.
I might not be able to wait because we're gonna be playing Kirby Air Ride. You're gonna have to message me. We're about to chat. Okay.
I got you.
I need guys. There's some cool shit happening over in Deltarune Land. I know it's not Joe's kind of game, but I hope Tyler plays it one day because I think he would get a kick out of it.
I just know like
I gotta wait till it's all out.
I know a few people who are waiting till it's all out. Undertale was kind of generational when it came out, even if not everyone likes it. It was
the thing is, like, I now have 16 hours in this experience. That's a full ass game already, and it's for me, like, it surpassed Undertale like multiple chapters in a row in like depth and like interest. So it's like I would say playing it to 4. This is the halfway point of the story. I would actually recommend you jump in now and play to 4 and then wait for 5, 6, 7.
It's like half of this entire story is better than most entire stories to me.
Yeah, it's crazy. What a blessed year we've had.
I know.
We did have a movie block. We're at the 4-hour mark. So this is now a Scenic Route movie block. Real quick, what's Penguin Highway? Did you like it?
What is Penguin Highway?
Penguin Highway is an animated movie. It's an anime movie
Oh.
about a young boy and a mysterious woman and a town that becomes overrun with penguins, and they don't know where they're coming from.
You sound so confused about a movie you saw.
It sounds confusing. Where are they coming from?
I don't want to reveal the plot too much.
Okay,
But it's like it's just like it kind of reminds me of like Super 8, where it's just about a group of young kids have a summer where a mysterious event happens in their town.
That's a good story format. That's a good vibe.
Yeah. So I enjoyed this movie. I don't think Kelly liked my commentary about the movie. This movie like there's a mysterious woman figure in this movie. And she's not perverted in any way. But I feel like it's a lot of overtly mommy vibes.
I think you're seeing things you want to see, but you're probably right.
Anyway, yeah, it was good. It was a good movie. It was well animated. It was a nice, just like summer story format movie. Had great music. I don't want to reveal too much about the movie, other than there's penguins in it.
And then the mommy goes, "Ada, Ada."
And a giant floating orb of water.
Cool.
That they have to figure out what the deal with that is.
Next up.
And him and some of his classmates do like science experiments on it. The kid's like a science whiz. He likes science, but he's like like middle school or elementary school maybe.
Next up, what's Caddo Lake?
You're gonna make me talk about Caddo Lake next? All right.
Do you put this here?
Yeah, but it has there's two other things before Caddo Lake.
Okay, you want to do it last? Okay.
No. Those involve other people, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind.
Caddo Lake is the latest M. Night Shyamalan movie.
I actually did not hear about this at all, and I just did an M. Night Shyamalan binge this year that I loved. I should have watched this.
I know. So he's the producer on this movie. Is that different than him directing?
That is very
Yes.
different. Yes,
It's very different.
That's why.
So this was directed by Celine Held and Logan George. So I think I liked this movie more. Like it had like a very good, this is a good M. Night Shyamalan twist. So maybe it was good he was a director and he was a producer on it, because
he's de-emphasized the twists lately. Like he has swerves, but not like
no. This is like The Visit type twist. Is good.
That's a good one.
It has a very nice build up. This is another small town thing about an 8-year-old girl that vanishes, and a series of past deaths and disappearances start to link together that begin to alter this family's.
Thank you, IMDb.
Yeah, but it involves Dylan O'Brien, who I enjoy a lot, and Eliza Scanlon, which I don't know what she's from. But it's about Caddo Lake, which is actually a lake that shares a border between Texas and Louisiana over on the northeast side. These two families live on a lake named Lake Caddo, and the youngest daughter of one of the family goes missing, and it starts to tie in this A plot, B plot about the two main characters and their encounters with this missing person.
Cool.
Yeah, it was very entertaining. Definitely, I would highly recommend this one just for the entertainment value. It's not gonna be the most amazing movie, but you're gonna be like, I was very entertained watching that movie.
I just put it on my to-watch list. Next up, me and Tyler watch Frankenstein.
Y'all, this movie's so fucking horny. This is the horniest movie I saw all year.
Is it that horny?
It's a book.
This movie is so fucking horny, Willer.
What did I miss?
Apparently everything.
Yeah, I did. Okay, who's horny? What's going on?
Literally the main character. Mia Goth shows up and she's like, I'm married to your brother, but you're fucking hot. And then he's like, I love you. And she's like, no, I can't do that. You're my brother's brother. You're my husband's brother. And then, yeah, she's like on the edge. She's like teasing with the idea.
Dude, it is not this sultry. It's such a standard I love you.
Monster shows up. Then Frankenstein shows up and she fucking loses all control. She's like, holy fuck.
The doctor.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
fucking doofus.
I said, sorry, the monster shows up.
The creature.
The monster shows up, the creature, and she's like, oh, dude, I thought Frankenstein was hot. Like,
no,
what about his son?
She is not that horny about it. She's just like, she's obviously into him, but she's like
watch
enamored.
This movie. It's on Netflix now. This movie is incredibly horny.
This has like a 2 out of 10 horny. I'll give it a 3.5 out of a horny
This is
scale.
an 8.5 out of 10.
You were horny that night.
Like movies that are more horny are like Superbad and The Wolf of Wall Street.
There's
but it's in the same tier, you know.
There's
it's
a lot hornier
Those are
movies.
the top of the tier list, but it's towards the bottom of that tier.
Well, first of all, this is a Guillermo del Toro movie, and he made Shape of Water, so you know he's a freak.
Exactly. Wait, you're gaslighting me.
Because this one's not that horny, bro. I've seen hornier.
Willer, Joe, there's a moment in the movie where Frankenstein is like putting the final touches on his machine, and he has to like climb his tower and ascend it, and his muscles are bulging because it's raining and storming, and he's got this like flowing, pillowy white shirt exposing his chest as he's like climbing to the top of the tower, and he's like hanging off of it, leaning backwards. I'm like, yo, like.
Brother, that's
Dude,
every
Willer,
movie. That's
Willer,
every movie with a hot man ever.
3 times to go pee. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know which scenes to pick out. Sorry, did I miss a horny scene in those scenes? No, I did not. He was building shit.
Movie's incredibly horny.
Anyways, that's it. That's all we have to say. Movie's all right. It is a pretty standard actual adaptation of the novel. I got this confused with the like freakish movie that's coming out about the bride of Frankenstein's creature.
Yes.
It's not that movie. This is a straight up adaptation.
Yep, I knew that.
The first half is not the side from Victor's side is not that engaging. Pretty standard storyline, nothing that crazy. The side from the creature side, acted by Jacob Elordi, who is Nate from Euphoria. Who in Euphoria he's the evilest little bitch ever, but in this movie he's like super empathetic, but also like scary when he needs to be. He was excellent. That half is a lot better. But anyways, you had a spiel about Jurassic World Rebirth, which I watched earlier this year as well.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Same.
Joe did?
I did too.
Me and Joe
Yeah,
watched.
yeah,
We talked
yeah.
about it on the podcast.
Oh, okay. I think I definitely skipped that part where y'all talked about it because I wanted to watch it still.
It's a Jurassic World movie. You know, it is what it is.
No, this movie's so fucking bad.
That it's a Jurassic World movie. Like they're not.
No.
What have you been watching? That's my...
Have you ever seen the first Jurassic Park?
Tyler, it's a Jurassic World movie.
Oh.
Jurassic
Okay.
Park is a masterpiece. That's not the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
conversation.
This one just feels way like this feel. You know what this movie feels like? This feels like when Shia LaBeouf left Transformers. You know,
Yes.
Yeah, I feel
yeah,
yeah.
like Transformers was definitely extremely tolerable, but then it was like when he left, it was like, what's the fucking point anymore?
I wouldn't call those movies tolerable. Those movies are so annoying.
Aw, dude, Transformers 1 got some riz. Come on.
It's got some, okay. They got some. I'll give you that. And there's
Yeah.
there's the cool scenes where Optimus is just straight beasting on people, but
Yeah.
Sam has always been so shit. But
Yeah.
whatever.
But yeah, dude, this like, I think it was just like, I looked at like they said Steven Spielberg was a producer on the movie, and it was like,
He didn't do much, it seems, or he lost
yeah,
his
it
touch.
seemed like he walked in the room and was like, yeah, that's a dinosaur, and then just walked out.
Except for that one dinosaur that is very much not a dinosaur. That thing looks awful.
That thing is the Rancor from Star Wars.
Yeah.
It is the Rancor from Star Wars. I remember Joe talking about that, but like, yeah, dude, it's like there's no big bad dinosaur in this movie. They're like we get teased this dinosaur at the very beginning of the movie, and then it shows up at the end, but it's no more dangerous than the other 3 dinosaur encounters that they've had. And I was just like, what it has an opposable thumb.
Yeah, you want power scaling. I know how you operate.
But you know, like the T-Rex has always been the big bad, but they're like, what if the T-Rex had long arms?
What if the T-Rex was asleep and we had to inflate a boat next to him
and walked at you?
I did like that scene.
I like that. That's the thing. It's a Jurassic World movie. The set pieces are fun. The characters, you take them or leave them. Some of them are all right.
Yeah.
Some of them are just there.
The T-Rex scene seems like that was like, if you told me that was the scene Spielberg did, I would believe you.
I agree.
Because
or like the one you supervised.
Everything doesn't, like, all these characters don't feel believable. Like, Scarlett Johansson's like
a weird mercenary chick. She doesn't make much sense.
She's like, I would never risk my life again. My friend died. And he's like, what about $10 million? And she's like, oh, I could do that. I was like, really? It's a pharmaceutical company.
That seems Tyler, that seems extremely believable.
Dude. Like, yeah, but like what seemed not believable to me is she seemed like somebody who's an extreme professional who knows her worth. Otherwise, like, if she knows her worth, she knows $10 million probably is not enough. Otherwise, if that is enough, that means she's been getting paid way less, which means that the pharmaceutical company is now hiring somebody who's not that good.
I don't know what mercenaries get paid to go on their adventures, to be fair.
Yeah.
I don't know the exchange rate. I have no...
Yeah,
I hazard to say you're wrong, but I cannot prove it.
Yeah, so therefore I'm not wrong.
Fuck.
Anyway, this movie, they have the Netflix effect where everything is just clean.
Yeah.
Which, Joe, I think you might... I was watching the intro lab scene, okay? And I was just like, man, you remember the lab from the original Jurassic Park? That like dingy NASA looking room where it says like this is a lab that was made in the middle of a fucking jungle.
Yeah, like they fucking had to build this shit out of like sheets that they shipped over.
To be fair, that is a rogue secret operation, but now Dinosaur and Dinosaur Labs are like billionaires are investing all over that because they exist.
Literally, this secret lab is a secret lab too. Like this is also a secret lab.
But it's a secret lab that has billionaires funding it because dinosaurs exist now. So we're gonna become immortal by getting dinosaur hearts.
True. But yeah, anyway, it was like it reminded me of like when we walk through rides at like Disney World and Universal Studios, like they have all those like sets, you know, like you know when you walk through the Daily Bugle and it's like it's like theme park dirty, but now it feels more like authentically dirty a little bit, I guess. It's just like Kelly was even saying like I bet that lab is going to be destroyed later in the movie, and I was like, you're right, I absolutely guarantee that. But it's still gonna feel clean, and like it still did. It felt sterile or like not. I
well,
don't
the
know,
whole
man.
movie has a bit of a sterile look, you know.
Even when they're in the ancient tomb, which doesn't get like what a Godzilla moment.
Yeah, that was like so weird.
Yeah,
there's just this ancient like temple to pterodactyls in there for no reason.
No, hold on. The temple's not 2 pterodactyls. The pterodactyls are just on an island that had a temple.
Also, that's not a pterodactyl. Those are quizzing.
You set me up, you bastard.
Also, like, this is Hawaii. Do they actually have evidence of like one of these Pacific islands in the equator?
What are we doing?
Using like do they have evidence of ruins being built in the mountains, like
Tyler's got a point here.
giant waterfalls?
I'm pretty sure the Hawaiian Polynesian culture did not climb mountains.
Exactly. Like, did they climb up a raw cliff face just to build that, Or
Yeah,
like
see,
there's
yeah.
there's like I would say there's a descending staircase from the bottom, but they carved that shit into the mountain. Like
Yeah, it just ended there. Like,
yeah,
What
like
guy? What are we doing?
dude, I'm
It's-
ranting, okay?
All right, fair.
Yeah, that he's just everything about the movie is incredibly unbelievable and like character motivations. I know not a big thing, like we're there for the dinosaurs. but
No,
Ian-
that ideally we also want to be there for the characters because
Yeah,
that's what made
because, like-
Jurassic Park 1 so good.
like
Yeah.
this movie seems like it was directed by somebody who has previously considered Jurassic Park to mostly be a joke.
No, I just think you haven't watched the previous 3 Jurassic World movies.
I have. And
This
they
is-
weren't
This one's on
this
in.
bad.
They're on
This
par.
one hit a new bell. of
They're
bad.
on
I-
par.
I
will.
think this is the worst one, but like,
Yeah.
I would. The thing is, people hated the one before this. That one had such good set pieces, though. I really like the Dallas. What the fuck? I always get her name wrong. Dallas
Bryce Dallas
Howard.
Howard.
Bryce Dallas Howard. Like crawling through the like water as the blind dinosaur is like pecking away at her. That scene is dope.
Yeah, what was the other like I vividly remember the first one about like the reopening of the park. For the life of me, I know I've seen the other two, but I cannot fucking I
So-
know one of them is like
I did
So
watch
they,
two.
they have a dinosaur auction.
yeah. So the second one is the island is destroying itself because the volcano is blowing up. So they got dinosaurs off the island, and then the military decided to auction them off, and said that we have a new gun that you can point the gun at something, and a velociraptor will go kill it. Rather than shoot the guy, you can just point the gun at them, and the velociraptor will show up about 30 seconds later.
The guy might
That
be
was the-
armored, but nothing can stop a velociraptor.
It's so true. The third movie
Had
is
like
about-
giant locusts.
Yes.
Why did we go
shit,
to the island?
You know what? I think Willer's right. I think I skipped the third one because they brought back
They
the
did.
3 cast members
Yes.
from
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
original,
Which was-
and I was like, I refuse to participate in
Which
this.
was completely useless. Like,
yeah,
They were
like,
just
that
there.
was they must have paid them a lot.
yes.
Yeah. It wasn't useless for their bank accounts, I'll tell you that much.
You know what's
Yeah.
crazy? Jeff Goldblum is a character in the Jurassic World Evolution games. Like he is
Yeah.
like an advisor that talks to you in all of those games. And I'm just shocked that he agreed to do it and that they had money for him.
Yeah.
And which makes me upset because like they're probably paying him a good amount of the funding of this game and they could be using it on other things.
On making
Yeah.
the game better. No.
Yeah.
Like they could have just made an original character, but
Yeah.
like, the
Yeah.
game wouldn't have sold without him in it.
They could have
Yeah,
made it like Michael's
that's-
grandchild or something.
I don't think that's true about that.
They could have got
story.
the DNA character and paid less.
Oh, I would have loved to have Mr. DNA.
Exactly.
Guys, Jurassic
yeah.
Rebirth is not worth us staying here any longer, in my opinion.
My next franchise I'm gonna watch is now that I feel like I'm satisfied with Jurassic Park, I'm on to Planet of the Apes.
Oh, you're in for an actual good time then.
I'm not
Because-
starting. I am starting with the OG Planet of the Apes.
Okay, well, you'll get to a good time eventually.
Oh, the OG
I-
Planet of the Apes is still really good. By
Yeah?
the way.
Yeah, I've
But
seen
not
so.
but not that one in the middle. I don't
Yeah,
know when it
it's
came
like,
out.
I think it's the second one.
That shit was weird. But
Yeah, I'm
Once-
skipping that one.
the new the new trilogy is fantastic in my
I've
opinion.
seen the first two. I never got around to watching the. I thought there was 4.
Oh
There's 4.
shit!
Yeah.
My
So,
bad.
I haven't seen the
I'm
last two.
You know what, Tyler? Tell me when you're on that 4th one. I'll watch it. We'll talk about it.
We need to watch the third one. I haven't watched that.
Third one's good. Third one's good.
Joe,
The
have you
second
seen the
one's
fourth one?
incredible.
The second one-
I
Second
was
one's
shocked-
so good.
Second one's
shocked at how good it
ridiculously good.
was.
Yeah,
So
I'm-
you've seen
I'm
these
doing-
before. You're just rewatching.
I'm just gonna like I wanted to. I got a lot of clips of the like originals, and I was like, these would be very entertaining as like side movies while I'm doing other shit.
Yeah,
I've
for
al-
sure.
Me and Tyler had the same YouTube short algorithm because I've also been getting those.
Yeah,
And I think it has to do with Tyler sends me all of his YouTube shorts and Instagram
Oh well,
reels.
there you go. That explains.
y'all want to know something interesting? I've been watching a lot of movies on YouTube. I probably haven't listed like half of them here. I don't know why. I've just been watching random YouTube movies. Like they've just
That's neat.
been
They're there.
older stuff.
Yeah.
So, guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna end the podcast in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
no, 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 no,
Oh!
No, Bradley,
Yo,
I love you.
I love you.
All right, now you can end it.
Aw.
Well, fuck,
Yeah, that was
fuck
weird.
us then. Okay, me and Joe will just go kick rocks. Bye, everyone.
Bye.